Having the Ex-Military Billionaire's Baby by Tyla Walker.
A soldier and a man of money? It doesn't get much hotter than that.
Good to know what turns you on, sweetheart.
If you want to know what really turns me on, all you have to do is check out TylaWalker.com.
Spicy stories with scenes that make your toes curl? Bet I can show you the real thing.
Oh, I'd like to see you try. Comparing yourself to Miss Tyla is like a match to a blazing fire.
You underestimate me, baby.
Go to TylaWalker.com and find the best romances that you can read at a 40% discount.
All you have to do is use code SAVE40. Lay back and let the magic happen.
Right now, you're listening to Tyla Walker's Having the Ex-Military Billionaire's Baby. Chapter 1. LaTisha. You know, there comes a time when you've got to admit that you're cursed. No, really. You've got to settle in for a good, long think about how the two precious, black-haired, brown-eyed hellions you gave birth to, the twin stars in your sky, the lights of your life, have finally done it. Finally harnessed whatever magic of childhood we lose as we grow up and decided, you know what, screw it. Let's unleash the 7-year-old version of hell. The room is covered in 5 colors of glitter and goo. There are streamers of slime hanging from the air conditioning vent. Fart-scented smoke drifting along the floor of the room like a Broadway stage, and real smoke starting to rise from the recently exploded shredder. In it are the burning remains of my contract with my ex-monster-in-law, Evelyn. And they're not lighting up slowly either. Little tails of orange flame. 2 Tyla Walker and Vic Savon, licking up at the blue glitter still trying to settle from the bomb that blew the shredder up in my actual mother's face. The wind from the shattered 10th-story window across from us doesn't help much, although my 2 hellspawn got a decent giggle out of watching the shredder top blast through it in the wake of the nasty stink bomb they prepared. I feel sorry for whatever victim of Evelyn's is walking in the door of Parkins Tower right now, and I hope they look up to curse her name just in time to avoid the hunk of plastic and blades descending for impact. Or sue her for the biggest chunk of change humans can count if they don't. Maybe if I get lucky, the wind will suck Evelyn, all 40 pounds of fleshy skeleton and 50 pounds of Botox in her, out over the shards of glass and through whatever portal to pandemonium my girls have unleashed. Maybe she'll just drift away on the breeze, like the sparkling, stinking, singed shreds of what used to be my life. That would almost make up for the lawn's worth of grass clippings and sludge my cackling children chucked into my hair. That would maybe start to make up for the mix of dirt, strawberry jam, and decapitated gummy bears currently clogging the airway of my mother, the 4-time elected congresswoman and noted civil rights legend. But of course, if Evelyn flies away, she's taking Corbin with her. Corbin, the white knight. Corbin, the having the ex-military billionaire's baby. 3 ex-soldier. Corbin, the boyfriend. Fiancé. What are we? Jesus. Will we ever be free enough of the stench of Brandy and Shonda's stink bombs to sit in the same room and find out? I hear the tinkle of glass bottles clinking together behind me as my cackling children prepare another volley of horror. If it wasn't for Corbin, the beautiful, black-eye sporting, monster-in-law restraining, twin-daughter encouraging 5-course meal of a man, standing gooed and glittered 5 feet away from me and still managing to look like a freaking porn intro, there wouldn't be a secretary out in the lobby frantically calling the police on one line and TMZ on the other. There wouldn't be a horde of bored office workers adjusting their wrist braces and craning their necks to get even a glimpse of the LaTisha Baker's TM family drama caught on their hyper-quality iPhone. There wouldn't be an audience to see my precious angels turn into the family curse.
Chapter 2. Corbin. You know, they teach you to be prepared for everything in the SEALs. IEDs, enemy combatants, ambushes, 6 kinds of terrain and weather. They teach you to walk into any situation, own the successes and failures. Never back down, never give in, and never doubt that victory is yours. but never once do they prep you to be glitter-bombed in the junk. Hurts just about as much as you'd expect, taking a contact explosive to the balls. Not quite as bad as the bone spike of an elbow trying to split my damn cornea, though. I'm grappling my hopefully soon-to-be girlfriend, maybe fiancé's ex-monster-in-law, trying to stop all 90 pounds of her from pushing us out the shattered 10th-story window. Slime's everywhere. Smoke's rising. The fire alarm is screaming and pissing down water. It's a horror crossover of a drag show, an alien movie, and The Notebook, complete with a nasty, bony villain. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby 5 trying to leverage all 100 soaking wet pounds of herself to throw us both out the window. I smell like crap and grass and sugar. I'm sparkling like a disco ball. I can feel my eye trying to swell out of my head, and my peaks trying to poke through my damn see-through shirt. The girls are cackling, smoke's rising, winds whistling through the shattered remains of the window. The secretary's racing all over like she lost her contact, or her hair extension, or maybe her whole damn head, and the elevator's floor count is rising, dragging someone closer and closer to what'll undoubtedly look like a craft store apocalypse, probably with cameras, ready to destroy my woman's life and reputation. Not how I wanted to meet my future mother-in-law. She's near gargling some nasty blood right offering brandy and Shonda cooked up in the corner, probably getting both drowned and suffocated from smoke inhalation. Crap! But that shredded contract must have been written in hell, with how aggressive it's burning through the deluge of foul-smelling, off-color fire suppressant raining on us. And yet there's nowhere I'd rather be because she's right there, looking fierce, fantastic, downright do-able. LaTisha Baker. Hellraiser, witch tamer, cursed with the worst luck and nastiest monster-in-law I've ever seen. It's all in slow motion, just like the breaths before long-range engagement. And damn, but she's beautiful. Black hair flying, framed by explosions of glitter and the gentle waft of silent but deadly bombs. The girls chuck more potions from behind her, and the light catches and slides over her skin in rainbows. I don't care if this is what every day's like with her, I decide as Evelyn grinds her bony pelvis back into my dick, like that's going to make this situation any better for her. I don't care if I have to give my hopefully future mother-in-law mouth-to-mouth before I even know her name. Because this is mine. LaTisha, the girls, this mess, all of it. This is mine.
Chapter 3. LaTisha. There's not a single thing on the planet I would thank Trent Parkins for, except one. My last memory of Trent. May he rot in. His orange jumpsuit and sad little prison loafers puts him on the other side of bulletproof glass, red in the face, balding slightly, waving his arms around like a lunatic and shouting loud enough that I can almost hear him, though I never picked up the phone. If he managed to rage any harder, I'd worry about him sprouting fur all over and turning into a werewolf. Everywhere but his nasty, pasty head, hopefully. Or maybe just exploding, like a human bomb. I eye him. The guards eye him. Hell, the other prisoners eye him. Nasty cum-guzzling horfy. Who do you think you are, bitch? You're not worth the cum I pumped inside you, and those kids are gonna be dirt. Dirt. If they are, it'll be your half-asswipe, Mom said. If they are, it'll be your half-asswipe. Mom said never to marry a white man, that it'd be trouble. I wonder if she's ever gonna say I told you so. I see the guards start to move in, but not before I see the huge man in the visitation cell next to Trent stand and crack his knuckles. Altogether, the 10 of them spell out pain and glory. Leave it to my ex-husband to call me nasty enough names that other prisoners start to take offense. I don't stick around much longer after that. He has the divorce papers and his 20-year sentence. I'm 6 months pregnant with his twins after he had me injected with saline instead of birth control. I have to pee again, and he's all set to be turned just as colorful as his language. Couldn't happen to a more deserving drug-smuggling prick. There was supposed to be a goddamn African mask wrapped up in that bubble wrap, not 2 bricks of Chinese opium in my suitcase, So I guess, in the end, there are two things I'd thank Trent for. One, for my girls, because as much as I wasn't planning to have them, Brandy and Shonda are the freaking stars in my sky. They probably have opinions about which stars I'd call them, too, because they understand astrology and foraging and alchemy if you let them convince you of that kind of stuff. God, I love my girls, and I'd never not thank Trent for donating sperm to bring them into the world. That, and for teaching me the smuggler's love of bubble wrap. Thank God for bubble wrap. Not because I need to wrap the twins in it, no. They've had more scrapes and bruises than I can count at this point. They like to poke at the scabs and try to find plants that will take the sting away. Exact opposite of their father, who complained about lifting a finger to wipe his own ass, not because they like popping it either, which is why my mother banned bubble wrap from our house when I was younger than the girls are now. God, they're turning 7 in a few days, and I can hardly believe it. No, if it wasn't for bubble wrap, Brandy would have cracked every pot in her presence by now. Shaking the box around like that, the clack of terracotta, would be unmistakable without the bubble wrap to my sweet little witches at this point. Brandy might have been too busy guessing to hear, but Shonda would never miss it. Is it dolls? Brandy bounces around and asks, trying to peek in every corner of the metallic wrapping paper. Too heavy for dolls? I hear a crinkle of paper behind me, like a nail picking at a seam. I hear you messing with the tape, Shonda. She groans and flops back onto the couch. Moom, Brandy groans. Come on, give us a hint fee. I shake my head. I never seem to be able to fascinate my girls anymore. They've got books and plants and metallic chalk and carved runes and 100 different shows about magic that do that, but not Mom. And this has been bothering them for days. It's probably something to do with flowers, Shonda says, eyeing the 6-foot-tall flower I braced and built with their boxes. I thought I was being too obvious, but I suppose they don't expect me to get them more plants after the strict ban I put on them 3 weeks ago. Our place has every windowsill, ceiling hook, corner, shelf, and plausible scrap of light-receiving flat surface covered in soil and green. It looks like Central Park in the penthouse, or a jungle, except for the balcony off my bedroom, which is where these pots will be going. I'm a sucker for their smiles. Brandy's face lights up, and the bouncing increases, her black dress floating and falling to expose the purple crinoline underneath. Flowers, 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 fee. She hops and throws her little arms in the air and drops the box she's been fussing with, and I have to dive forward and bend myself in half to catch it. Christ, it's been too long since I stretched. I'm too old for this. Brandy, you have to be There's a look in her eye that makes me stop dead. She's watching her sister, glances away the second she sees me look up, and very intentionally continues her excitement on a collision course with the rest of their presents. Classic misdirection. I whip my head around, and sure enough, Shonda's managed to get the tape on one of the boxes peeled cleanly off the wrapping paper and is lifting the flap to peek. She sees me about the second I see her, squeaks, drops the box, and darts over the back of the couch. Oh, you're in for it now, Shonda Athena. Brandy, run fee. And Brandy does. Right through the flower tower of presents, in the opposite direction of her sister. I swear these two are more trouble than me and Tyla, Jasmine, and Daquanda were combined. I chase Shonda through the living room, around the dining table, and up through the hallway, dodging hanging planters and plant stand legs as I go. She giggles, screeches when I get close enough to swipe at her cape, and Brandy follows along, diving and grabbing for my leg to make me stop. We chase and play, and Brandy caterwauls about sacrificing herself for Shonda, and Shonda finds her half of the pool noodle I let them smack each other with, and comes to try and save her sister from the evils of mom tickles. We manage not to break any mirrors or topple any pots this time, too. Eventually, we end up sprawled on the floor of their playroom. A few feet away from the bright purple summoning circle, I let them draw on the craft paper I laid over the floor. Out of breath, giggling and tired, Brandy flops over onto her stomach to stare at me, poking me in my sweaty armpit. Come on, Mom, give us a hint. I zip my lips and lock them shut. And just before I can toss the imaginary key away, Shonda grabs my arm, and we start all over again, rolling around on the ground, arm wrestling, fighting my hand closer to and away from my lips. God, I love my kids. They make my life perfect, beautiful, bright. They make me forget about. In the other room, I hear my phone start to vibrate. We all stop, the energy in the room plummeting through the floor. Don't let it be her. Don't let it be her. The theme for The Wicked Witch of the West starts up. Holy hell. God damn it. Mom, don't, Shonda says. I struggle to my feet from under my crestfallen girls, both of them looking at each other and then out toward the living room. They know that theme. They know what it means. Please, Mom. Brandy grabs my hand, and I give it a squeeze to match my sad smile. I'm sorry, sweethearts. It's the summoning sound. I have to. But Mom, they say together, but I'm already out of the room. I slide the door a little further closed behind me so I don't have to see their eyes tear up, so I don't have to hear the dejected silence of my girls behind me. There's almost nothing to thank Trent for in this world, but this, my ex-mother-in-law, Evelyn, this is the only thing that makes me wish I'd never met him.
Chapter 4. Corbin. You know, there was a time when I'd probably have shut the blinds to my office, locked the door, and made this politician's trophy wife scream with my 9-inch manhood. From the way she's licking her lips, she's obviously thinking about it. Wouldn't have been hard. Well, getting her in there wouldn't have been, at least. Now, though, the desire to drink or medicate this headache away is overwhelming, and I can't do either with Colby Ryan's vengeful wife hanging on my arm. And as I've said, Mrs. Ryan, I do not have time to get you in today. Schedule an appointment with Skylar. She grabs onto my arm with her clawed nails and bony, badly spray-tanned hand, walks 2 fingers up my arm. Oh, but Corbin, I really think there's a good shot you could get in me. We could even bring Skylar if that's what you really want. That was about as smooth as a gravel patch. I lengthen my stride, trying to outpace her in her 6-inch Louboutins. Damn her husband, and damn the pollster he slept with, too. I leave the campaign trail for 2 days, and it all goes to hell. Mrs. Ryan, Tiffany, please. We can be a little more. She eyes me up and down. Intimate now, don't you think? I feel my spine tug military straight, my lieutenant voice snapping to the fore. Ma'am, I have neither the time nor inclination to deal with you right now. I'm trying to get your husband's life back on the rails, and you're about as interesting to me as a corpse. I watch as her face falls, as much as a couple facelifts will let it, at least. I mean, I have other names you can call me if you want, she purrs. I put a little battlefield in my voice, really let it carry out of the secluded corner my office is in. Mrs. Ryan, you're married, I'm uninterested. If you need to discuss your account, schedule with Skylar. Otherwise, get out. She makes that offended little trophy wife sound, the one that says no one's ever talked to her that way before. Drags in a breath to screech something at me, I don't doubt. But I about face and slam the door to my office. Jesus Christ, these women. This stuff's been happening since I was 16. I was a boxer and a jiu-jitsu kid, sparred in the Arizona heat all summer. Pair the sweaty back muscles, the 16 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Pretty face, the tragic backstory, and the money together, well, call me catnip because I'm a sex magnet. It was fun at first. Made getting through military school and then the service easier. Was probably what helped me establish myself in public relations when my uncle first dragged me on board. Pearlite is the best firm in the nation, but a reputation will only get you so far when you're new. No idea how my nasty prick of an uncle, Stefano Scardinia, managed to charm people into letting him handle their business. That's a lie. My uncle's been friends with the mob since Al Capone was running around. I know exactly how that guy got Peerlight to where it is, and I'm so tired of dealing with the shady underworld bull. I fought pricks like my uncle's clients when I was in the SEALs. I rub at my temples, trying to quell this pounding behind my eyes. I'm not sure when the last time I slept was. Before Colby Ryan's crap, it was covering up a scandal for Spanger Industries. Before that, it was bailing out a singer, and hell, who knows before that? Stefano's an ass, but he's been right about exactly one thing. I need a purpose. And cleaning up other people's screw-ups? That's not it. I'm tired. I'm burnt. One of these days, maybe I'll get lucky and you'll finally die, old man. There's a knock on my door, a sharp double tap. Skylar. She opens my door without waiting for permission, all business and sharp lines. The woman looks like $1 million and deserves to be running this firm more than I do, the way she keeps us all in line. I know, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. The only person Skylar calls sir is my uncle. Speak of the devil. Skylar drops her head back, arms crossed and foot tapping, probably holding on to the last reign of her patience. She's a hell of a woman. It's a shame we've got about as much romantic chemistry as a spider and a fly. Yes, sir. If you'll pause long enough for me to hand you off to him. Her eyes drop back to me, head in my hand, eyes bloodshot, reaching for my coffee and finding it empty. I know I look like hell. I rub at my jaw. Stubble. Freaking disgraceful. I haven't had stubble since basic training. Skylar takes one look and changes tune. Actually, sir, my intern was mistaken. Your nephew isn't in the office. I raise an eyebrow at her. She raises a finger at me. Unfortunately for my scheduling, sir, I am not actually Mr. Malizia's keeper. Feel free to call back at another time if you'd like to speak with him. I hear my uncle start in on her, loud and ugly through the other side of the phone. Skylar rolls her eyes, hangs up without another word. Check your email, she says as she about faces too. 18 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. The door striding with purpose. I'll get the painkillers. I keep telling you to keep them in there. The door shuts quietly behind her, and finally there's a little peace for my aching head. I pull up my email, click on the message from Skylar. It's just a link, no context, from some trash tabloid website. You know, this is how firms get viruses, clicking on random links like this. She finishes pushing open the door with her hip, steaming mug of coffee in one hand and bottle of aspirin in the other. You know, this is how you get yourself stomped, picking on random secretaries like this. And there's one of the many reasons I love Skylar. She's an irreverent son of a bitch. Best damn friend I've got. Did you put 4 sugars and enough cream to make it as white as your ass? Yes. Get a priest in here. I'm marrying you. She rolls her eyes, stops me from chugging the coffee by shoving the aspirin bottle in my mouth. You couldn't pay me to get married, Corbin. To you or anyone. I scroll through the article she sent me. John Meyer, one of my major clients, is all set to get married this week to a girl half his age. A sweet girl. A well-behaved girl. A girl who would not like to see that he's throwing a week-long yacht bachelor party just off the coast of Bangkok, Thailand. Are you flipping kidding me? Nope, Skylar says, popping the bottle and taking 2 aspirin herself with a swig of my coffee. God, I don't know how you drink it like that. The military doesn't make us all masochists, Skylar. Just assholes. She shivers as the taste of it lingers in her mouth, just like I like it. Skylar takes black coffee because she hates joy and sugar. Well, it did its work on you, she says. Next time you reject a woman, try to make it a little less enraging so I don't have to deal with her. She gives me the mom voice, and the scary look I see her give her boy, Iggy, sometimes. Works just as well on me as any other man. Skylar's tiny and terrifying. Being so short puts her closer to hell, she's told me, closer to home. She taps her hand on the desk twice, and I settle in for the talk about how to rearrange my damn schedule to handle this mess.
Chapter 5. LaTisha. I shouldn't have agreed to this. I shouldn't have picked up the damn phone. I grab another glass of champagne from one of the passing waiters, let my makeup artist finish dusting my cleavage with highlighter. I'm not sure who she thinks is going to be here caring about my tits, but if Evelyn says so, it gets done. I down the glass of champagne in one go. Whatever Evelyn says gets done, always and forever. Even if it's flying to Thailand for John Meyer's bachelor party, preceding his wedding to a barely legal girl who has no idea what she's getting into. Even if it's spending your girl's birthday away from them. Again, when you promised it wouldn't happen. Even if it's letting someone tart you up in clothes you hate, with makeup you hate, in a place you hate on a yacht you hate, surrounded by people. That you hate. When all you want to do is watch your girls destroy the wrapping paper you engineered to frustrate them and almost break their presence in their excitement. So yeah. I grab another glass of champagne from a passing waiter. Screw Evelyn, and screw Trent and his photography for making me famous in the first place. Screw the money I'll make from being seen here, the advertising deals, the sponsorships, the stupid TMZ articles. To hell with everything. Everything but my sweet girls halfway across the world, missing their mother on their birthday. I do what I can for them. Evelyn puts them on a video call, like she said she would. Because if Evelyn says so, it gets done. I whirl them around this yacht, the lights and the glitz and the glam, the music, the food. I show them their favorite people. Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, Rhiannon. Hell, even a couple of the guys from Every Direction are there. And of course, I say hi to Beyonce and JX, which gives the girls starry eyes. But they fade. Their smiles fade. Their excited hellos, their everything. I grab another glass of champagne from a passing waiter. Mama, Shonda says, as Brandy cries into her shoulder. When are you gonna come home? Soon, baby, I tell her, and I can feel the tears coming. So soon, you just hang tight, okay? Use the tablet, pick out what seeds will go in all your new pots, and we'll plant them when I get home, all right? I wipe at a tear that rolls down my cheek, sniffle. Send me pictures, okay? 22. Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. I will, she says, in this heartbreaking little tone. Brandy cries harder. I can see her shoulders shake, and I dab at my eye. And that's when Evelyn's hand comes over the phone, draws it up to her wretched, stretched tight face, her Botox-busting frown. I won't have you crying in public. I don't hire a makeup artist for you to ruin their work. I hear Brandy and Shonda shouting and crying in the background. They sound destroyed. And Evelyn shouts at them to be quiet. Give me back my girls. She sneers at me, rolls her eyes. Don't pretend to order me around, LaTisha. Everything you have is mine, and don't forget it. Clean yourself up and get back to work. And then she hangs up. I throw my glass of champagne at the railing of the yacht. Watch as socialites skitter away from the noise in the glass. There are shouts of anger, murmurs of recognition, and a security guard activates a little in the corner. Sorry, I say, forcing myself to slur and wobble, seem far more drunk than I am. Slipped. I totter away towards the bar. I'm about halfway through a glass of nasty red wine when John Meyer oozes over, smelling like the same damn cologne and dripping smarm. Man, but I hate that guy. Evelyn made me fake a tumultuous relationship with him a couple of years ago, when she wanted, to boost my social media presence after I refused a couple of sponsorships, who only wanted to interview me about what conjugal visits with Trent are like. They're non-existent. That's what they're like. But Evelyn hasn't exactly made our divorce public. So, What's cooking good looking? John's still the same nasty, pretty frat boy he's always been. Shirtless, arms thrown wide, lipstick kisses leading down to the crotch of his pants, which are unbuttoned but not unzipped. LaTisha freaking Baker, baby. God, but I missed you. Come here, give me a kiss before it's too late, right? He leans in, tugs on my shoulder to get me to come closer. God, he smells like a distillery. Let go of me, John. He doesn't. Never has been a respectful kind of prick. Oh, come on. Don't be a prude, LaTisha. Unlock those bony little legs of yours and give me a kiss. I'm about to punch him in the throat, but a hand reaches down to his shaft and distracts him, grinds and rubs. He turns to look, and I crane my head around him to see the tight brunette spirals and bright blue eyes of the only person on this boat I'd actually ever be happy to see. Hi, John. This stupid, gross smirk plays across his face. Kaylee Rowland, speak of the devil. 24. Tyla Walker and Vic Savon. She smiles at him, flirty, flattering. The light in her eyes is just vicious. Oh, John, you don't have to speak at all. See, I've got the devil right here. She smiles at him, bats her long eyelashes, and then she squeezes his balls tight enough that her knuckles go white, and the only thing that comes out of John's mouth is a little breathless squeak. The look on his face, the vein popping in his forehead. It's all beautiful. I take a sip of my wine. Now, Kaylee says, still smiling, acting casual. Say you're sorry. I'm sorry, he squeaks. She tightens her hold just a little. Like you mean it, John. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have pushed it. I know better. I'm a grown-ass man. It won't happen again. With me or anyone, I tell him. His eyes dart to mine, full of tears and desperation. Kaylee gives another little squeeze, and this time he shouts, Okay. Fee, not with you or with anyone. I'm sorry, Jesus, I'm sorry. Good. Kaylee purrs, and then she bites his earlobe and drops his junk. Now get lost. He backs up a couple steps into the bar, rattles some bottles, and then starts when he realizes I'm behind him. I sip my wine. He starts to scurry away. Oh, and John? He stops dead, turns back to look at Kaylee. She cracks a knuckle and then slaps him so hard across the face that his head spins. That's for the text message breakup. He whimpers and scurries off to lick his wounds. Kaylee eyes me, the red eyes, the pissed set of my shoulders. The bottle of wine left by me on the bar. She knows the look, knows the feeling. She's got her probably fourth whiskey need of the night in her hand. She side-eyes the bartender, who isn't paying any attention, then sneaks around the side of the bar and grabs 3 more bottles of wine. I know it's your girl's birthday, she says, shoving the wine at me. Go on, get out of here. I can hold them off. I look at her, then back down to the wine in my arms. Don't even ask twice before I head for the stairs that lead below deck. Kaylee's under her dad's thumb, the way I'm under Evelyn's. She understands.
Chapter 6. Corbin. No, retroactively. I want his contract ended as of last week. If the jet wasn't grounded with a wing issue, I'd be gone already. Meyer's been a pain in my ass since I started with the company 3 years ago, but this is the final straw. I don't think his agent's going to give us that very easily, Corbin. I rub at my temples, look around the party. It's a who's who of celebrities here. Paul McCarthy, Alexandra Grand. Hell, Skittles is trying to start a rap cipher at the prow of the yacht. I'm pretty sure I heard someone freaking out about LaTisha Baker being here. There's a scream as someone picks up Gigi Hayden and tosses her over the side of the ship. About 10 phones are out, capturing the moment for Instagram. Sky, just let me get somewhere quiet for a second. I slip down the stairs that lead below deck. There are 5 or 6 private cabins, besides the massive open space. God, this thing is huge, and there are people strewn all over it in various stages of undress and drug-induced euphoria. I see Johnny Deep snort coke off some model's thigh before I finally find a cabin without an orgy in it. Jesus, Sky, I hate this. I know, but Meyer's not scared of me. Figured you had the better chance, and Iggy's school play was last night. I'm deeply uncomfortable. Sure, we work with people in this echelon all the time, but I'm a behind-the-scenes guy. I handle the money, the business, the harder negotiations with assholes. I stay in the dark, where I'm comfortable, and Skylar manages the constellations of bright stars we have. I know, kid, and that's more important it is. I'm just really tired. If it wasn't for the jet, you'd be back already. It's what? 3 p.m. here, so 2 a.m. there? I can see if I can get you a flight out first thing in the morning. I handle the behind-the-scenes and intimidation mostly because Sky's either sweet and accommodating or hell on wheels. No in-between. I'm scared of making the woman mad, and I've been blown up and shot more times than I care to remember. She'd bully someone into getting me on a plane. Easy. That's not where I need her focused. I want your undivided attention on getting the 28 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Contract severed retroactively. Be as scary as you want. I don't care what my uncle says anymore. I'm done doing business with people who don't want business done. I can almost feel the rising hellfire on the other side of the phone. You're giving me free rein on intimidation? I can see the look of rage on Estefano's face already. Yeah, I am. Just get it done before I'm back, all right? I hear her laugh maniacally on the other side of the line just briefly before she hangs up. I run a hand through my hair, push the long black tops out of my eyes, and then pull a couple more buttons on my shirt open, roll up the sleeves. It's looking like a long-ass night. No shot anyone's awake to charter a private jet at this point, and with the amount I paid the repair company, they'll have mine fixed before I can get on a commercial flight in the morning. There's a clatter outside the door. Probably one of the damn sex groups or something. There was a time when I would have been the one making a racket, but having to figure out what strangers want now seems like more of a headache than I already have. And then the cabin door slides open with a bang. I look up and meet the prettiest pair of brown eyes I've ever seen. Behind her, there's a couple offended people staring at her like she interrupted something, but they fade into the background pretty quickly. The edges of my vision soften as she stands there, caught in the cabin's low light, hair that's shiny and black and skin like chocolate. She's all done up in a dress that shines like the sea at sunset, a wave that refracts color around the room in jewel tones. She's got these great fishnets wrapped around perfect sculpted legs, leading up into an ass that dreams are made of, a tiny waist, petite shoulders. She finishes looking over her shoulder, lips parted to say something to the upset people behind her, and then she turns, and I see her face for the first time, like it's in slow motion. Huge, beautiful brown eyes, high cheekbones, full, soft lips. The kind of face you want to watch at dawn. The kind of face you hope you wake up to every day. I think I'm in love, my gut tells me. What the hell is going on? Mind if I join you? The other rooms are full and I need a wall between me and the world right now. God, her voice. Low in her throat, deep, dark, sweet like brown sugar. I'm in love already. Again, what the hell? Yeah, I say. Sure. And that's when I notice the open bottle of wine clutched in one hand and the 3 under her arm. That's when I see her stumble a little on those towering heels of hers, catch herself with a hand on one of the ship walls. 30 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. That's when I spring up without thinking and lay my hands on LaTisha Baker for the first time. My hand slides to her hip. My other palm lifts under hers to give her some support. She's warm, beautiful, smells like growing things and cardamom. She's a full head shorter than me, even in her heels. Tiny, lovely, amazing. She tugs her hand out of mine, turns and stares at me with her back against the wall. I've been felt up enough for one night, thank you very much. Sorry, I say, but that's a tone I'm not supposed to use with strangers. Didn't mean to startle you. She looks up at me, jeweled eyes beneath those long, dark lashes, set above that beautiful, beautiful face. She smirks at me, chuckles wryly, and looks me over. You'd be the first one here, then. And that's when I know. It doesn't make any kind of sense. Isn't like anything I've ever known before. But I feel it, deep down in my gut, in the instincts that have kept me alive for years. It's a feeling, a sign from the universe, whatever people call it, when the unknowable becomes known. I look at her, feel my stomach start to fill with the breath of wings, and know that I want to be this woman's first, last, and only. She takes a drink of wine straight from the bottle, throat working gorgeously. Damn, but I have something else she could swallow if she wanted. 9 inches of it. I extend my hand for her to shake. You know, like a professional. Corbin Malizia. Her mouth opens up on a little sound of understanding. From Perlite? The very same. She eyes me, suddenly much more interested. Parkin's Corpse competition. I'm LaTisha, she says, taking my hand in hers. LaTisha Baker. And just like that, I'm gone.
Chapter 7. LaTisha. But like I said, it was ridiculous. I almost snort wine through my nose. Nofi. He chuckles, drains another mouthful from his second bottle. That's one of my favorite bad jokes. God, that was awful. He smiles that crooked smile of his, and I feel my heart flutter. I tap his socked foot with my bare toes. You're funny, you know that? He laughs, tosses his head back so I can see the sexy hollow of his throat. You might be the first person to think so. No, I say, crawling closer, drunk and a little dizzy and warm, careful when I'm going over the empty wine bottles between us. No, everyone's got to see it. They just don't say anything because you look terrifying. Is that so? I mean, you've got these frickin' guns attached at your shoulders. I squeeze one of his biceps, which strains against his shirt without him even flexing. Jesus, ever thought about getting a looser shirt? Hate shopping, he says. I'm used to uniforms anyway. I eye him. Rangers. He swallows down more wine, throat working, licks a drop off his bottom lip and sees me watching him. Seals, actually. I flop against the wall next to him. Kick my stilettos off. Flipping red bottoms. Always uncomfortable. My dad was in the Navy, actually. A commander. Really? Mm-hmm. Ended up at a desk job. Died of cancer he wouldn't get checked out for. Hated doctors. He hums in acknowledgement. Thank God he didn't apologize. I hate it when people do that. I look at him out of the corner of my eye, filter gone with the alcohol. Is that a military thing? Hating taking care of yourself? He laughs again, sweet and deep, a bit of a booze blush rising into his cheeks. Didn't think Navy men could get drunk on 2 bottles of wine. But here we are. You know, I never thought about it, but, yeah. Yeah, it might just be. We get used to regulations, I guess. I finish my second bottle. Yeah, well, that I understand at least. 34. Tyla Walker and Vic Savon. He arches an eyebrow at me, adjusts his legs. His thigh slides ever so slightly closer to mine. How's that? All your money? What rules do you have to follow? I feel a spike of cold drop through me, dread returning at even the thought of Evelyn. If I had any freedom, I never would have been here. He shifts a little, leaning back to look at me deaden. His knee bumps mine. His eyes take me in, stony. He sets his bottle of wine down. Is someone forcing you to be here? His tone is dangerous, deadly serious. I slide my best and brightest happy Hollywood smile on, turn up the tipsy-ditzy just a little more, laugh a little, like it's all some kind of hilarious joke. "I'm sorry," I say once I manage to naturally peter the laughter of E. "It's just your face. You're so serious. God, I'm sorry. That was rude of me, but you're priceless." I wipe at a tear I couldn't contain as it trails down my cheek, hoping that it matches the picture-perfect mirth I've smeared all over my face. "More wine, LaTisha. Maybe you'll forget all this." He catches my wrist before I can raise the bottle to my lips, hand gentle enough, but grip unbreakable. It's the 5th time he's touched me. 2nd time he's touched my skin. 1st time he's done anything this familiar. I've been tracking it, just like I've been counting the breaths we take together somewhere in the back of my mind. Something about him is derailing to my usual caution. And it's not the smile, the handsome face, the tailored suit. He gives me the hardest look and the softest tone I've ever heard. "You don't have to hide with me, LaTisha. You're safe." I suck in a sharp breath. That's not fair. His hands are just a little rough, grip strong, and he's warm, close, hard-eyed, soft-lipped. I see him look from my eyes down to my mouth, and my lips part just a little, breath picking up. I've never felt this way with anyone. Not Trent, not the couple of boys I dated before or since, not even about my favorite vibrator, which is my most fulfilling relationship anymore. A heat rises in me, a need, and I shift, tension winding tighter in my core. He notices, eyes flicking down to the wind of my hips, back up to my mouth. "Who's hurting you?" he demands. I feel like I'm on a precipice, like I'm barely hanging on, about to fall far, far below. Like I'm in danger. Man, but it feels good. I cling to the happy facade by my fingertips. This whole thing unravels if he thinks he's on the right track. "Only hurt here is the end of bottle blues," I say, then drain the quarter of a bottle of wine I have left. "I'll get us more. Hold on." I go to pull my feet under me, and he lets me up just enough that when he gives a soft tug on my wrist, 36. Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Fall, bent backwards a little. He does some little trick, some twist of the hands or something that I don't track, twirls me around until I'm caught on his lap, straddling him. My facade snaps, sharp enough that I can almost hear it. I can't be in his lap. I can't be straddling him. Not in this dress, not this drunk, not this close. I can already feel my hem riding up my thighs, my hair starting to come down out of its updo. "Don't," I tell him. He settles a hand on the side of my throat, over my pulse, and screw him, but it makes me feel safer. "Please, Corbin." His lips part just a little, and I watch a little more color rise in his cheeks. Between us, I feel his member pulse. Useful information. Information useful for screwing. Drunk and horny, the LaTisha Baker special. Now is so not the time. "Hey," he says, drawing my attention back to his mouth. His thumb pushes my jaw up further, a soft stroke of skin that brings my eyes back to his. "Your heart's beating like a hummingbird's wings. It's okay." He glides a thumb over my cheekbone, and I feel him catch a tear, smear it along the carefully applied highlighter that I hate. "If I tell you, the spell breaks." "No, just the fear does." I groan a little noise of distress, try to back away. He just tugs me forward with the hand on my throat again. "Come here, Hummer. Let me take care of you." Lightning strikes from the top of my spine all the way to down through me. I feel it spark through my arms and legs, right down into the center of me, where it starts a fire. Let me take care of you. That's all I ever wanted. Someone to take care of me. Someone I can take care of. It's Evelyn, my mother-in-law. She has trapped like a bird in a cage. Something bloodthirsty comes into his eyes, and he drags me toward him with an arm around my waist. How? The contract and the divorce papers? It's like a set of handcuffs. She owns me. His eyes snap to mine. No one owns you. And then he drags me down to seal his lips to mine, and I'm lost.
Chapter 8. Corbin. If I wasn't sure before, I am the second that I take LaTisha's mouth. No one could ever own her, but she will be mine. I bite at her bottom lip, lead her hips into a slow grind against me. Watch as she gasps and drops her head back, black hair finally loose and flying, sweet little gasps on her lips. She's managed to wipe off most of the makeup someone smeared on her, lips stained just a little red and eyes shut in pleasure. She takes charge of grinding into me, so I take my mouth to her neck. "Don't leave marks," she says, hips stopping for a second. "Evelyn will be pissed." I raise a brow, scrape my teeth down the join between her shoulder and throat, watch her shiver about it. Sounds like an incentive to me. Her eyes flutter closed, and she smacks me in the shoulder even as she grinds down harder over my shaft. "You're gonna get me in trouble." I buck up into her, watch her moan about it, an incandescent smile on her face, rucked-up dress shining and sparkling everywhere. Haven't heard of someone naming their genitals before, but I guess trouble's as good as anything. "That was awful, and you're ruining it." "Am I now?" I ask, just before I give her a mean little bite in the curve of her shoulder, suck the skin into my mouth and lave my tongue over it. "Can't wait for the rest of the delicious details?" "Sorry we can't show them here, as they are too spicy for YouTube." Visit TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a fantastic deal on the unabridged version of our love story. Thanks for reading.
Chapter 9. LaTisha. Sorry, readers, not quite yet. These two can't get enough of each other. Head back to TylaWalker.com and get all the delicious details, plus some amazing bonus content. Use code SAVE40 for some big savings. Promise me, I say, small, scared, half in love already. Anything, he says, and I can hear that he means it as he drags me closer. Promise me we'll get free, that this isn't it. He shifts back, lifts my chin so I'm meeting his beautiful, piercing green eyes. They look like something alive, like a seedling reaching for the sun. I promise you, LaTisha Baker, when this is said and done, the only thing you won't be free of is me. I feel a chain lock around my heart, connected to his. It's the only one I ever remember not wanting to break. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Corbin. Every instinct I have tells me to stay in this bed on this yacht with this woman, to never let LaTisha out of my sight again. But as I reject my uncle's 12th call of the night, I know I can't do that. I've got my own precarious situation to deal with, my own trap to get free of. I have a promise to keep to LaTisha, and that means leaving her, I wait as long as I can. The jet's fixed, the flight plan's filed, everything is ready, and I'm standing over the edge of the bed, looking at her, wanting to crawl back in. Perlite be damned. But I'm a military man with a rough record during war, and a lot of contractual stipulations on my family's fortune, and I'll be damned if I jeopardize the money and power that's going to get LaTisha free now. I have to go. And instead I find myself at the edge of the bed, watching her sleep. God, she's beautiful. She was beautiful, caught in pleasure last night. She's beautiful with her black hair tangled and splayed across the pillow now, and she'll be beautiful if all the cum I pumped into her last night takes hold. I've never been this reckless in my life. I lean down and kiss her forehead, trying to be quiet, trying not to wake her. She stirs anyway, reaching out. Corbin? Shh, Hummer. Go back to sleep for me. I see her lashes flutter, like she's going to open her eyes, and I kiss her, soft and sweet. When I manage to pull away, she nuzzles her nose further into my pillow, a comfortable little sound slipping out of her as she falls back asleep. I run my hand over the soft skin of her hip, marked up with faint impressions of my fingers from taking her out of her mind last night. There's a hickey or two on her neck. Her ass still has my handprint. People will know I was here. I watch her drag my pillow closer, breathing in the smell of me. Her peaks tighten up, and her hips shift in that hungry little circle I'm intimately familiar with now. More importantly, she'll know I was here. The drive to the airport spent contemplating how completely insane this would sound if I were to explain it. Yeah, Uncle Estefano. I met my soulmate at a business meeting where I decided to excommunicate one of our oldest clients, managed to get inexplicably drunk on 2 bottles of wine, and promised her that we'd be together and get free of our respective familial traps, so we could fully explore the love we discovered in the 3 hours we spent together, half of which were spent screwing and not actually saying anything that sounded like English. No, I'm not high. No, you shouldn't call your lawyer, promise. But I feel it in my gut. She's for me, and my guts saved more lives than I can count at this point, including mine. This is all new terrain for me, though. I've been involved with the military in one respect or another since I came to live with my uncle at the Scardina estate in New York at 13. He shipped me off to military school the Monday after my parents' funeral, and then off to the few and the proud the Monday after I turned 18. 3 tours for me and 3 more wives for him, and his attempts to get himself an heir had finally failed enough to convince him it wouldn't happen. I ignore his 16th call since last night as the plane taxis for liftoff. If I had my way in the service, he could have kept his damn money. But my uncle had bought himself a lot of friends, so they slapped a couple medals of bravery on me after the last time I got shot in Kandahar and shipped me home with the most honorable discharge they had. Right into my uncle's hands. At least I had the training and freedom to get out of that cage to an extent. Play his game, take his company, get closer to freeing my mother's ancestral fortune from his greedy, shaking hands. I had rights and entitlements and money of my own to fight him. LaTisha didn't have that advantage. I didn't know all of what happened. This Evelyn, probably the head of Parkins Corp if LaTisha's quip was anything to go by, sounds like the kind of person I make sure is at the other end of my gun. Predatory bull, taking advantage of people. The world my uncle operates in has always been shady and primed to take advantage of people, especially young girls. I don't know much outside of Perlite, never wanted to look. Being CEO is a means to an end, not a life goal. My purpose is somewhere else. Hell if I know where, though. But now I'm starting to think LaTisha's my purpose. I sleep on the long, long flight back to the States, dreaming about how she laughed, how she looked, how she felt and sounded riding me, chasing down that pleasure. The shine of her hair, the legs on her, the way the straps of her garter sunk into her ass like they could barely hold it back, the way her chest moved as she rode me, the way she pushed into my hands, begged for more. I've never had a woman haunt me like LaTisha does. I can't get her eyes out of my head, awake or asleep, that first golden moment that I saw her. If my woman's going to be stuck under anyone, it's going to be me, in our bed, because that's what she wants. Not with her beautiful hummingbird wing heart pinned under the thumb of her rich bitch ex-mother-in-law. Not with her life defined by how good she looks in pictures. Not separated from her girls on their birthday. And God, but she has girls. 2 beautiful twins who have almost no presence on the internet. Nothing to find out. She's a mother, trying to do her best for the children who depend on her. By the time I step off my jet in New York, with 10 more missed calls from my uncle and a couple from Skylar, I have the path laid out in front of me. I need to do recon, get intel, figure out an angle of attack. LaTisha's a game changer for me, a total shift in mission objective. I reject a final call from my uncle, accept one from Skylar, and step out onto the tarmac.
Chapter 11. LaTisha. If one more assistant tries to plug some hair thing into my head, I might go full Britney and shave it all off. I can't take this. I can't do it anymore. It was Bangkok to London for a skincare brand launch. Then on to Sydney for a store opening or something. Chicago for a diet and fitness book I didn't look at or approve, but has my image and name all over it anyway. And now it's on to LA for a movie premiere. A full week and a half away from my girls, with maybe an hour of total talking time following Evelyn's anger about my disappearance at Meyer's bachelor party, and the marks left on my neck, and my hips, and my ass, and the stubble burn on my thighs. It was worth it. It was all worth it. I don't know how I'm going to handle stylists plucking every other hair out of my body, squeezing me into Spanx and dresses, and making me look just a touch classier and more expensive than a porn lead, but it was worth it. I'm the most sexually frustrated I've been in my life, on top of exhausted and simmering with absolute rage at my ex-mother-in-law. But it was worth it. When I felt like crying from missing Brandy and Shonda, I remember the way Corbin looked at me on top of him, worried about how I'm going to get out from under Evelyn. Remember being under Corbin instead. Feel like I'm going to go insane from every accidental brush against my hypersensitive skin. Imagine it's Corbin's hand getting me off instead of my own. It's not perfect, but it's keeping me sane. Or it was. Now I'm caught between crying and squirming in my seat on Evelyn's private jet, bodyguards at each of the exits, pilot paid to not listen to a thing I say. Not that I'd say anything anyway. I gave up trying to convince people that I'm a prisoner when the doctor who delivered your twins laughed at my demands for a lawyer to keep my newborns from my still technically mother-in-law's arms. She wrapped her bony, perfectly manicured hands around my beautiful swaddled babies, and she's never really let go since. As evidenced by my 3 unanswered phone calls to the girl's nanny. I'm being punished. In any other circumstance, I would have stopped resisting by now. I would have apologized, groveled, and done exactly what she said, no questions asked, having the ex-military billionaire's baby 57, until my anger built up and overpowered my fear and loneliness. It might have taken months, maybe even years again. But not this time. I made a promise to Corbin. I made a promise to myself on the mind-blowing sex, on the incomprehensible connection, on the memories that my girls are old enough to be forming, on the life they should have had, with at least one parent by their side, since Trent's too much of a prick to be allowed around them, on the life I want to give them. So I won't do it this time. I can't. I wipe at my eyes, careful about my makeup, despite the knowledge that Evelyn wouldn't let press on the tarmac for deboarding this time, in case her brutes had to carry me off the plane. But running mascara is not going to make me feel any more powerful, just more messy. Gotta keep the war paint intact. I dig in my bag for a Kleenex, feeling around in the mom void, which eats the exact thing I need the second I let it out of my hand. I force myself to blot my eyes, close my phone app without calling the girls again, to check my messages without sending the nanny a nasty tirade. She doesn't deserve it. She's following the orders of the person who's paying her, and she can't help that Evelyn's an absolutely grotesque, shriveled gargoyle impersonating a human woman. I check my other notifications, hoping against hope that maybe there's anything from Corbin, that the fear of rejection that stopped me from using the number he left isn't stopping him. My phone pings, and I see a new message from an unknown number roll across the top of my screen. I open it, heart pounding. Maybe, just maybe. Hey, LaTisha, it's Jake. Daquanda told me to tell you I'm Jasmine's new hunk muffin, disappointment, curiosity, happiness for my sister. Eye-rolling laughter at my other sister's antics and suspicion are a strange mix of emotions to feel piled on top of each other, especially with everything else going on. Careful, I send back. That's the code word that we have permission to bite, not just bark. There's a moment of ellipses as he types, and I go digging in my bag again, searching for the little stack of Polaroids of me and the girls that I keep tucked away with a little sprig of lavender, as per Shonda's regulations. I slip out my favorite, her and Brandy, with their cheeks blown out and hand antlers, trying to beat me for the reddest face award. My phone pings again. Noted. Need or help, you/a surprise. How soon can you make it to Disney World? Disney World? It's not particularly far from the premiere, but the monster-in-law would never let me go. I haven't been there since the girls were, God, I don't even remember how old. I dig in my bag for the photo pack again. Chapstick, Go Brush for the girls' penchant for tangles. More having the ex-military Billionaire's baby 59 Kleenexes. Because I'm a sad bitch, dry shampoo, more smaller, sparklier dry shampoo that smells like bubblegum. And something round and plastic, with little nubbins on it. That's a suspiciously familiar texture, especially the crunchy, glittery feeling of it. I pull out a palm-sized, cartoon-perfect little bomb, complete with fuse. It's covered in chipped O-Fi glitter paint pentagrams and smiley faces with sunglasses on and thumbs up. Strapped to it with a cheetah hair tie is my dad's old Zippo lighter, navy crest starting to hold glitter bits. In Kasefi, it says just under the fuse, in big purple rhinestones. It's a double-tested, triple-approved, Brandy Special Smoke and Stink Charm, 3000 series, black smoke, rotten egg scent, if I remember the absolute massacre the kitchen waged against my nose when they were concocting them. I look at the picture in my lap, the phone about to go dark on Jake's message, and the smoke bomb in my hand. I couldn't, I tell myself. I brush at the glitter infecting my hand because I deign to look at the bomb. I promise you, LaTisha Baker. The feeling of Corbin's hand on my cheek, the tone of his voice on that promise. God, I spent a couple hours with the man, and now I'm obsessed, considering changing everything for him. My phone pings again. If work schedule interferes, MP. Would just mean a lot to Jasmine and me. There's one of those moments, the ones on the edge of a knife, where you have to decide who you want to be as a person, as a parent. No, not changing for him, changing for me, for my family, for my girls. Engines are in the rear on this model, I hear Dad's voice say. Corbin's tells me if you set it offy in the lavatory, the smoke will give you cover to slip away, and they'll have to do a full inspection. Can't have smoke coming from the plumbing. I check the photo of the girls in my lap. I can almost hear their maniacal giggling. They're shushing each other into full double stealth mode, ready to attack. I can be there by sunset, I text Jake. I smear a little of the glitter on my fingers over my cheekbones. War paint, fie, my girls chant. And then I slip off my stilettos and pad to the bathroom, getting ready to make a break for it. Bag over my shoulder and bomb in hand.
Chapter 12. Corbin. I make it into Pier Light a week later, fresh from my lawyer's office, smudge of ink still on my ngr from the most important signature of my life, in all likelihood. The office is in complete chaos. And I understand that, sir. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. I understand that, but unfortunately, people are racing back and forth around the office, phones and tablets pinging, news on full volume, desks in disarray. 3 of my junior agents waylay me immediately, showing me articles and TMZ headlines, video clips, and an arrest warrant. In the middle of it all is Skylar, almost in tears, arguing with the only man in the world that manages to get her to that point because she's not allowed to tear him a new one about it. Uncle Estefano is on the phone. The old rotary dial phone, black as his soul, that he insists we keep on a little table right by my office, with a number only he knows. I think of it as the rat signal. He's probably being a disgusting dog pile of a man as usual, probably about whatever mess is going on with. I scan the name on the arrest warrant one of the juniors shoves under my nose. John Meyer. Of course. What the hell did he do now? I'll get up to speed on the issue immediately. I take one of the junior agent's tablets, Noelle's. She's always got the best reports on stuff like this. Back to your desks. Work the problem. Their spines pull a little straighter. Crap. Use the lieutenant voice. Dismissed. That didn't help any. They scatter, all seeming a little self-conscious about the way they walk. I see one of the juniors brush imaginary lint off on his suit jacket shoulder, across the back of the chair. Another sit down like he's scared of me. Except Noelle. She stays where she is and adjusts the collar of her shirt, clears her throat. I'm still not very good at sounding like I'm not a hard ass, am I? She arches an eyebrow at me, dark like her hair, dark like her skin. Noelle doesn't say much, lets the work say it for her. She's the junior I'd put in front of a press conference to get ahead of a story if my uncle's having the ex-military billionaire's baby 63 frickin' clients ever gave us a chance to get that far ahead of their scandals. That shouldn't be a problem after this morning's meeting with the lawyer. Meyer didn't make it to his wedding, Noelle tells me. Got arrested in his dressing room for the drugs at his yacht party. Left his bride at the altar. Yacht party. LaTisha. Hell, we left DNA all over that yacht. Is she okay? Is that why she didn't call? Meyer's not our problem anymore, I tell her, handing her tablet back. But if he was busted for his party, some of our clients might be in trouble. Get me a full list of the guests. Noelle raises her other eyebrow. He sent the invitation out on Twitter. There's no formal guest list. Crap. Everyone! The room goes quiet, attentive. Scardina, you may be my boss, but if you call me that again... Except for Skylar. People, I need a full analysis of the Instagram photos posted about Meyer's party. Get me as many of the guests as you can. Get me ahead of this scandal. I want a list of involved clients on my desk, next to one of potential clients we could pick up in the wake of this, as soon as possible. Puta madre! Skylar spits through grit teeth, her abuela's Spanish temper rising through her. I'll slap you with a lawsuit so big it crushes the one testicle you've got left, you sleazy, measly... Get to work. Excuse me while I defuse a bomb, I tell the room at large, and the shocked kids break into a flurry of motion again, directed by Noelle. Skylar's got her pointed nails nearly sunk into the vintage plastic of the rat signal when I tap her hand to get her attention. She looks like a lion, or a dragon. She huffs out a breath, and I swear I see smoke in it as she drops the receiver in my hand, grabs her huge thermos of coffee, and heads out to her spot on the balcony. Sei una zoccola per la mortacci tuafi. Rampicoglioni, vai a cacare scema. Estefano's voice is thin, low, and marred by the static of the old phone. He's just about as outdated. Wish they'd both die already. Insultar Skylar di nuovo, cornuto. Go on. Corbin, figlio di ti... Tua sorella. Finish it. What were you going to say about mia mama, your sainted sister? God rest her soul. There's a long moment of silence, and then I hear rustling and a small kiss. Crossing himself like a good Catholic. Nothing shuts Estefano Scardina up quite as fast as mentioning his sister, my mother, Amelia. We both loved her as much as anyone could love a person. Everyone did. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby, 65. And then she died. Because of my uncle, not that he'd ever admit it. That I hope she rests in peace, he says, the anger still clear in his heavily accented voice. Despite the mess you make of this family, Cipollina. Little Onion. Same as always, Zio. Love you too, Coglione. He heaves out a breath, upset as always at being reminded of his balls. Should have listened to your sixth wife about cancer, old man. Maybe you'd still have both. Why aren't you handling this shitterista, this... John Meyer? His account is important to our friends. We haven't held his contract for 2 weeks now. He's not our problem. The silence is telling. Only real rage shuts Stefano up for even this handful of seconds. Deficient. Don't start with me, Cornudo. I didn't drag you out of that sandy Iraqi hell pit so you could ruin my business. And I didn't agree to run the company instead of disbanding it to hear you abuse my employees. You'd think you'd have learned about being cruel to women by now. Stefano got control of the family fortune when my mother passed, full ownership of Peerlight, and custody of me. And that's how it stayed for years, him in control, me under his thumb. I have nothing but empathy for LaTisha, even if she hasn't called for a week. I was in the same trap until Stefano signed over the CEO position to me about a year ago. Between my position and the meeting with the lawyer this morning, I'm almost rid of him. I'm finally going to be free. Just like I promised LaTisha I would be. That we would be. Bastardo, he starts. I don't have time for this. You shouldn't have handed your firm over if you thought I was unfit, Stefano. The contract's severed, and you and I are done here. What the hell are you talking about? Ask your lawyer. He'll have the documentation about it by now. And with that, I hang up. Noelle's giving the juniors their marching orders. Skylar's in the break room making tea, if that whistle is anything to go by. Probably chamomile. She'll need a couple cups after Stefano. I stare at the rat signal ringing already. Unplug the phone cable from the back of it. If he wants me, he can come find me. And until then, I need to find LaTisha.
Chapter 13. LaTisha. Say where you are, I say where you go. I tell you when to show up at what venue, when to smile and wave as you get off my flipping plane. Evelyn's bent over her big, sleek office desk, screeching at me. Looking for all the world like a Stepford wife got possessed by a demonic skeleton. Parkins Corp shelled out some big money for their downtown office, and extra for the soundproof glass that encapsulates Evelyn's office. Got to contain the banshee scream somehow. The only marks I should ever hear about on you is rug burn if I tell you to take someone in the middle of the red carpet. You corrupting little slut. I bite my tongue, almost hard enough to bleed. That's happened before. I can still feel the little ridge under my teeth. I focus on that instead of my anger. Evelyn doesn't bother stopping. Seems she didn't. Get enough of ripping into the pair of hulking guards I escaped 2 days before, now stationed right outside her door, watching me like they'd like to stab me with the red bottoms Evelyn had them force on my feet before they dragged me in here. The way Evelyn portrays it to anyone else, she's been sleepless for days worrying about me. But somehow she's still got enough steam to shred her favorite target. Me. Mother of her grandchildren. Resident cash cow. Only deeply unwillingly successful client of Parkins Corp. Supposed corrupter of her precious, perfect, bouncing baby drug smuggler son, Trent. Don't forget that I own you. All the money, the cars, the houses. I own that hair sewn onto your head. The Spanx covering up those nasty stretch-marked cellulite bags you use for legs. My fists clench, and so does my jaw. Got to fight off the tears somehow. It's been years of this tirade. The constant picking at how I look, how I perform. God, it started all the way back with Trent, when all I wanted to do was paint the pictures he took. And somehow, I ended up in front of the camera. And pictures of me became all that mattered. To anyone. Breathe, LaTisha. Come on. None of what she says is true. You don't discuss people. Corbin couldn't keep his hands off of you. Corbin hasn't talked to you in a week and a half. Maybe that's why. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby 69. You are going to earn me back triple what the inspiration demands for a return of contract fee. I want to say, like I care about the freaky money, you hag. I want to scream. I never wanted to be famous. I want to wrap my cellulite bag thighs in latex and drop kick her through her 10th story office window. You're lucky I don't have you sleeping with investors with the amount of money your antics lost me. The airport wants $500,000 in false terrorism report fines. Hang on, I just have to hang on, not make this worse. She has the girls. She's already been threatening to send them off somewhere if I don't do what she wants. And do you know how many people I've had to pay to scrub the internet of that god-awful off-the-rack crop top and the unsightly C-section scar they pulled your nasty spawn out of? I hear something snap, I swear. I feel it in the back of my head. My eye starts to twitch in what Brandy and Shonda very gleefully call LaTisha Reg. Don't talk about my girls like that. Crap. Did I say you could speak? She demands, lip curling in disgust, shoving a finger at me and rounding her desk like the end of days. You think I want to hear that wretched voice of yours? You think anyone wants to see the disfigured wreck of person you actually are? The only thing you are is a fantasy, nothing more, nothing less. I'm a person, you rancid cow. I'm shaking, crying at this point, scared beyond belief. I just want to be free. I just want my girls to be safe. Why can't I shut up? I'm a person, Evelyn, not an ATM, not a fashion plate. I'm more than Photoshop pictures and diet tea advertisements. I'm more than your scapegoat for your son's stupid decision to smuggle opium into the country. Her nasty thigh-high grayish boots snap to an abrupt stop in front of me on the travertine floor. There's a second of foreboding silence, and then the bony back of her clawed hand slaps me across the face. You keep your mouth off my boy, you nasty bitch. You infected him when you tricked him into making those abominations with you. In the back of my head, I swear I hear the screech of wheels and shouts of a conductor as my train starts to go off the rails. Don't, LaTisha. Think of the girls, I beg myself, as I eye her through the fall of hair she knocked in front of my eyes. I swear I hear Brandy's maniacal laughter. Get her, Mommy, Shonda's voice urges. There's no way to take care of them if you do this. Let me take care of you, Corbin's voice whispers. I can't stop it. I raise my hand and slap Evelyn, evil overlord of my golden cage, right back across her nasty, frozen, triple-lifted face. And I swear, her cheek doesn't move with the amount of Botox in it. We're done, Evelyn. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby 71, her face is shocked, apocalyptic. Ashocalyptic, my brain provides, and Corbin's warm, drunk little chuckle rolls through me, over me. Please don't be lying. I beg him. The universe. Any God that might be listening. Please let it be real. She turns to me, clutching her frozen cheek. I see the red rise where my hand hit, nice and solid, and alarms start to whir in the back of my head. You stupid bitch, she says, voice shaking like she might be crying. Don't you worry about seeing your brats again. I'll make sure you never do. I don't care what the contract says, or the divorce papers. You can't own another person, Evelyn. And if you try to keep the girls from me, I'll drag this out so publicly in court that you won't be able to crap in this town without a reporter documenting it. She throws her head back and laughs, like the evil stepmothers in fairy tales. The ones Brandy and Shonda always want to look like. It has to be a trick of the light, but I swear I see her shadow grow horns like the devil. And then she pulls out her phone, and I feel the gates of hell opening. Reginald, Yes, hello. Yes, Evelyn Parkins. I'm so sorry to call like this, she says, faking a shake in her voice, working herself up to a full cry. God, she had all of this planned. No, no, no. That concern I had earlier today? Yes, about my granddaughters. Please, you have to get them somewhere safe. Their mother's back and I don't know what she took at that Thai orgy, but she's been missing for days and now she's here all hopped up on drugs. No, God no, Myers party. The update on Kaylee's tweeter this morning, glad the asshole got caught. Finally, one less coke nail to worry about grabbing tail. She's going to frame me. God, she might even be able to get Trent out, and then she'd get the girls. I bolt, racing out of the office before anyone has a chance to react. I have to get to my girls first.
Chapter 14. Corbin. The elevator is for scheduled appointments, only my ass. I round the corner to the 9th feet of a stairs in the Parkins Court building with breach and sweep procedures too close to the fore of my mind for my tastes. My suit jacket and pants strain more than fatigues ever did. And I have a phone in my hand. Not a rifle, but I've been on missions exactly like this before, although not in places that have any buildings 10 stories high. This Evelyn's a piece of work. Cordoning off the elevator, Christ. No wonder Parkins Corp's client portfolio has been hemorrhaging. No socialite wants to walk 10 flights of stairs to talk to their manager. Of course, that's probably the point. I round the landing mid-flight for the 9th floor, checking my phone again in case LaTisha's called. No service. I did some poking around casually. No contact information. Unsurprising. Did some poking around professionally. Only Evelyn's number came up. Only it was 3 different robots to get through to her, and 10 minutes of button pounding hadn't gotten me a live human person. No details for LaTisha. I reached out to some people that she's usually pictured with on Instagram, but they're all visual friendships, which means they're staged for publicity. No one has her number. Beyond the perfect pictures of LaTisha's life online, it's like she doesn't exist. No one can find her. No one can reach her. No one thinks it's strange that there's been no trace of her for 3 days. But Evelyn should care. 3 whole days without her cash cow monetizing something. Yeah, Evelyn would have noticed. I make the landing of the 10th flight of stairs, face fully set in military seriousness, prepared to intimidate and seduce and bribe my way through whatever might be lying in wait half a flight of stairs above me. And that's when I hear a security door slam open behind me, cracking into the concrete of the stairwell wall. I look up to the noise, hearing the clack of heels running, racing up the stairs to see what the hell is going on. I round the corner, and a brown-eyed beauty rams right into me. LaTisha, having the ex-military billionaire's baby 75. I'm so sorry, she says, turning to race down the stairs again, not even noticing who I am. I grab her hand before she can get away, pull her in close to me. God damn it, Hummer. I was half worried you died. Corbin, I don't give her a chance to ask questions or reassure me, too focused on the soft, warm skin of her hand in mine, the color in her cheeks, the fall of her hair, the scent of her. I pull her in, lock our mouths together, lock an arm around her waist and slide a hand over her pulse, so I can feel that hummingbird beat. Alive, alive and well. She goes boneless when I nip at her bottom lip, opening all sweet and needy, hands coming up to the lapels of my suit coat to drag me closer. And then her head tilts, and she gets all demanding and needy. I back her into the wall, pin her, hands checking her over for injuries. She was running like hell was after her, taking stairs 2 at a time in 6-inch stilettos. Something was wrong. She slides a thigh up and over my hip as soon as I touch the smooth skin, hiding just past the hem of her dress, head dropping back so I can mouth at that uttering pulse of hers. Corbin, please. Her breath catches on a little moan as I nip at her neck, where my mark on her has already faded. That's not going to fly. Corbin, you've gotta. She takes a deep breath, stops fiddling with the buttons of my shirt. You've got to help me, please, please. They're not safe. Something in her tone. Desperate. Scared. I pull back from her, feeling the full calm of my training slip over me, 100 times stronger than it had been on my way up. I'd almost forgotten it. I hadn't been this way in years. Sit rep, I demand. She blinks at me. What? Damn right, civilian. Where's the threat? I turn, let her go, putting myself between her and the stairwell door she ran out of. There could be an active shooter, some crazed fan after hers. Get down a half flight from me. I need to be sure the floor's clear. I take a couple steps up the stairs and she catches my hand this time. That's the wrong way, please. You have to come, please, Corbin. My eyes flick from the corners of the room to the exits to her face. No cameras, no movement, no sounds besides her breathing and mine. What's going on? There's no time, she says, turning, pulling me down a half flight of stairs and almost tripping over her shoes in her haste. She kicks them off with a little noise of disgust. Behind us, the door opens just out of sight. From inside, I hear some shrill beast of a woman screech, "No, you idiots! Take the elevator!" My eyes snap to LaTisha's. See the panic there just before she drops my hand and runs down the stairs. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby 77. LaTisha! LaTisha! I stoop to grab the shoes she launched down the stairs. There's no time, she shouts, and I take off after her, charging down flights of stairs to catch up. We have to go, they're not safe. You're not making sense, baby girl. My girls, it's my girls. Evelyn's, the lawyer, and Trentle. Please, you have to come, I have to get them back. I reach for her, trying to get her to calm down. We've gone 6 floors in maybe 30 seconds. I can hear her panicked breathing. She slips my grasp, barely noticing, speeding up to take the stairs 3 at a time. Baby, you're going to break your neck. Come here. No, we have to go. We? She doesn't answer, charging down the stairs until she hits the door to the parking garage. She turns to me, hard-eyed. Do you know how to hotwire a car? I blink. What? Evelyn's driver brought me and I can't trust them. I blink again. LaTisha! Do you or do you not? She snaps. I push a hand through my hair and drag my keys out with the other. The Lambo lights up a few spots away when I hit the button. She hurries over to it, tugging on the door. I hit the lock button before she can touch it. Corbin, open the damn car or I swear. I'll help the LaTisha I know, not a barefoot, wild-eyed juggernaut who's wearing her face. Her eyes narrow and I swear I see her hair lift and spark in some kind of magic wind. God, she's beautiful. She yanks her Louboutins out of my extended hand. My girls are in danger. I can explain on the way, but we have to go. She yanks on the door for emphasis. I assess her, looking like she's ready to stab me with her stilettos. Behind us, the elevator dings its approach tone. Do you trust me? That sweet, soft look comes over her face, the one I know from our night together. The one I swear is just for me. I don't trust hardly anyone anymore, not if they aren't on my team. And still, I find myself rounding the car, unlocking it, and sliding into the driver's seat. I trust you. Tell me where to go, Hummer.
Chapter 15. LaTisha. Now is not the time to be contemplating crawling over the center console and taking Corbin into my throat, maybe while the car's still thrumming away beneath us and he's pushing 100. But if it wasn't for my fear for my daughters, I'd be getting screwed over the hood of this thing right now. Corbin handles his Lamborghini like he handled me. For my first and second and third orgasm of our night together. Attention to detail, patience, and perfect aim on all the right gears to slip over and spots to slip into. It's not fair. None of it's fair. I can't be this turned on and this frightened at the same time. The ride to Park Slope from Manhattan takes too long. Every second winding my anxiety tighter and tighter. Every lane change and barely slipped red light stoking the fire in me. It's confusing. It feels almost blasphemous, though I'm not religious. Only because you haven't gotten to worship his groin yet. Where does my brain come up with this stuff? I explain on the way. All of it. How Evelyn slid familial control of LaTisha Baker products into my contract for safety purposes. How she got me to sign a redefinement of family in the divorce papers, legally alienating me from my blood relatives and making her and Trent the only family that I had if anything went to court. How she has footage of the Meyer party and wants to leverage it for custody of my girls if I don't behave. I'll kill her, he tells me, and I can hear that he means it. Don't. I touch his arm. Not until this mess is sorted out. She stripped you of everything, LaTisha. That's heinous. That's deplorable. That's Evelyn. Please I just want to get my girls. I see his jaw clench and tick, but he drops it. Why don't any of the people you're pictured with have your number? I eye him. You checking up on me? No one heard from you for 3 full days, LaTisha. He brushes his hand over mine. With the Meyer thing, I was worried you were in trouble. No, I tell him, tracing the faint tan lines on my wrist from the slew of Disney World fast-track bracelets that my damn sister and I had stacked up, trying to see who could make themselves puke first. I, extracted myself, went to see my family. Evelyn's people scrubbed all the pictures from the internet because she couldn't monetize it. He watches me, swerves a little in traffic when he spends too long with his eyes off the road. So what, you're only allowed to exist if she can make money off of it? That's about the sum total of it, yeah. There's a moment of silence while he winds us through traffic, sliding into spots that look like they're actually smaller than the car we're in. I grab the Jesus God handle, as my older sister Tyla calls it, and hang on. It sounds like you hate this, he says when we're over the Brooklyn Bridge. So why do you do it? That's a long story. He gestures at the unmoving traffic in front of us. I sigh, stare out the window, try to get my words under me and enough calm breath in my lungs to manage this. I hate talking about it. My ex Trent. I pick at my nails, the French tips pitted and near ruined from Disney World. Evelyn'll be pissed. Oh, wait. I met him when I was 18, right after my dad died. Dated him through college. I was an art major, wanted to paint, and he had it in his head that he wanted to be a photographer. I shrug. He needed a subject, so. He watches as a little blush rises in my cheeks. The little smile that comes over his face makes it worse. Wait, like an anatomy subject? Don't even start, mister. I put my best mom voice on it. So you tutored Trent Parkins in anatomy. I smack his shoulder. He smiles, laughs. You know, that almost stung. Good work. His eyes take on this cast, this softness as he looks at me. I'd pay good money to see those photos, you know. You're stunning. This blush just gets worse and worse. Yeah, well, you're not the only one who thought so. So the photos get popular. He needs more photos, takes it more mainstream for exposure. I nod. I dropped out of college because it just didn't make sense after that. We were all over the place for shoots. Every time I tried to paint, he'd whisk me away so long that the housekeeper would chuck my palettes and my canvas. I don't like thinking about that. The pain of coming back to ruined art, dried paint, creations destroyed. The fear of it, honestly. Trent didn't want anyone upstaging him. And then people started caring more about me than him. He got manipulative, angry. I was very clear that leaving wasn't an option, not with my dignity and future intact. I look over at him, the white knuckles on the steering wheel, the tight jaw. It wasn't all bad. I thought that maybe once we were married, he'd settle a little, and he did for the most part. He was cruel sometimes. high a lot of the time, but I never thought he'd. I clear my throat, trying to talk about it and not remember at the same time. I found out I was pregnant a couple days before he got caught smuggling opium in from China, in my suitcase. Jesus. It was a mess, yeah. I point him to a spot on the curb half a block away from Evelyn's nasty mansion. Rising out of the carefully tended and manicured lawns of Park Slope, the only place you find grass within 50 miles of Central Park. Just like this will be a mess. That doesn't stop him from getting out of the car, so I don't let it stop me either. He squeezes my hand when he moves me between his body and the door, eyes watching, backing me closer to the door. It's not fair how hot that is. Him putting himself in between me and potential threats. Focus. Shonda, Brandy. I pound on the door, shake the handle, desperate to get in. Girls, no answer. Step back, Corbin says. I move out of his way. He takes one step back, raises a leg, and breaks the freaking door in. I feel my jaw drop open. He pushes me behind him again, sweeping into the house, and it leaves me with a perfect view of his perfectly framed, perfect ass of perfection. I'm going to suck you until my jaw falls off when we get out of this. I shove horny LaTisha back down between my legs, where she belongs. Now is not the time. The house is dark as I step in, heels crunching on broken glass and what can only be described as debris. My fear short-circuits any kind of sexy reaction I could have. The couch is tipped over, scratched to hell. The crystal chandelier is dangling from one line, completely wrecked. Crystals thrown and broken all over the floor like rock candy. Orange goo is dangling from the ceiling. Glassware is broken. The floors are scratched and covered in what looks like soot. The air is thick with smoke. The displays and tables are all toppled. There are banana peels hiding under the Persian rug in the living room. Someone upstairs screams bloody murder. Corbin and I both turn, and I see him pull an honest-to-God gun out of I don't know where. It just appears in his hand. Stay downstairs, away from the windows. Low, quiet. Another scream from upstairs. Like hell, these are my girls. I shove him out of my way, red bottom sounding more like gunfire than his Glock ever could. LaTisha, we don't know who's here. Brandy, Shonda. Answer me, girls. Where are you? I hear the pop of an explosion rolling out from the hallway at the top of the stairs, and another scream, and there's no caution left. I run for the stairs.
Chapter 16. Corbin. LaTisha! Girls! She shouts. Girls, answer me! LaTisha, they've got explosives! I grab her wrist, hold her back. She turns on me, vicious, prying at my fingers. You let me go, Corbin, whatever your name is, Malizia. I haven't been even that close to 3 names since my mother died, and it stuns me just enough that I loosen my grip maybe a hair's breadth. And she slips it, wrists too thin, all of her too thin. I don't know when women master the mom voice, but LaTisha has it down. Gives me ashbacks to my own mother, which is not helping the other ashbacks I'm having due to the absolute mess of this place. Flashbacks to seal ops. It looks like a war zone. A weird war zone with the purple glitter scattered everywhere and the inexplicable scent of sulfur. But I can't shake the knowledge that there was a struggle here. A huge struggle. Not that it'd stop LaTisha. The woman's running into an active combat zone in a mini dress and 6-inch heels. There's another explosion, and this one is shaped wrong. You learn the difference between a bomb and a bomb with a body count pretty fast overseas, and this one ended with a feeling of raw meat hitting a wall. And suddenly I was racing up the stairs right after LaTisha. Caution be damned. Whoever was up there, they'd better hope I heard that explosion go around their sorry sack of yesh to get to me. I won't give anyone the chance to get to my Hummer without going through me. Or her kids. Shonda! Brandy! LaTisha, get behind me! Girls, please. She hits the landing of the stairs and her heel catches on a lip in the marble, tugging her offie balance. I bound up the couple steps between us, catch her before she can go down on the metal of one of Evelyn's massive spike trap chandeliers. I yank her back against me by the waist, probably a little too roughly as I try to balance the new weight on 20 shards of glass. "Corbin, please, my babies." "I know." I duck, covering her head with mine as the snap of another explosive goes offie upstairs. Light, ashing. "Stay behind me, Hummer. Let me take care of you." 88 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. She tries to shove past me, fighting like a wildcat. "I don't care about me!" "LaTisha!" It's the sharp snap of firing range, that tone. The click of uniform heels, of 20 pairs of marching feet hitting the yard in uniform. It's a round chambering. It saved my men's life and mine more than once. And it stops LaTisha in her tracks. I hold her eyes, steady and calm, and letting out the parts of me with confirmed kill counts and too many. Nightmares. "Behind me!" When I let her go, she stays. One foot over the other, staying low and quiet. Safety off on my handgun, missing the knife I used to carry in my boot when I went out with my team. I hadn't seen evidence of multiple hostiles in the lower Fior, but the chance for a rooftop rappel still existed, as I hadn't seen the back of the house. Helicopters would have been noticed by the neighbors, but this is a neighborhood where gossip was going to taint first-hand accounts impossibly. No body armor, civilian to my back, but 2 sets of eyes, a reliable partner to watch my back. And in the house, hostages. 7, I think LaTisha had said when she showed me pictures between wine bottles. Not even up to my hips yet. Completely irreplaceable, black-haired, brown-eyed innocents, who LaTisha couldn't live without. Thank the gods I'm not some candy-ass Air Force prick. Another scream from the hallway. Closer. Older. Not a child's, I know what those sound like. Couldn't forget. The girls are either fine and unconscious or unconscious and not in pain. That's the most you could ask for with hostiles, usually. "Girls!" I give LaTisha the hold signal before our heads can be seen over the top of the stage, and she stops on a dime. I sweep up, looking for hostiles, but it's a balcony library with a narrow hallway leading towards 4 sets of doors, all thrown wide, all doused in bright yellow smoke. Not mustard gas, there wouldn't be any screams, and LaTisha and I would be dead already. Aerosolized sulfur? Something moves at the back of the hallway. The smoke drifts just a little, and I can make out legs running, the sound of another scream. Iron sights on my pistol, not ideal. Red dots are better, but too conspicuous for concealed carry. I line them up anyway, center of mass on the person approaching. Behind them, where the light drifts through the smoke and silhouettes them, I hear cackling, high and wicked, like it's coming from the mouth of hell. That's new. Very Bond. "Stay down and look away, LaTisha." I hear her duck, senses hyper-focused. Another scream covers the laughing, louder, closer, coming from the person in the hallway. Suicide bomber? Combatant? Victim? I lay my finger over the trigger, ready. 90 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Behind me, LaTisha gasps, stunned. "Corbin, look! Stay quiet, Hummer!" Short. Wild hair. Woman from the figure. Still screaming, older from the motion, tough to make out. "Little hellions! Loathsome, vile little creatures, you sons of bitches!" "We're girls!" shout 2 little voices in unison from the other side of the hall. A graying woman stumbles through the smoke, covered in the foulest smelling gunk I've ever had the misfortune of encountering. She coughs, wavers, and then hops up and down as she tries to pry a glued-on orthopedic from her foot. "What the hell?" I whisper. My finger twitches. "Corbin, don't shoot her, look!" And just like that, no thought of safety, LaTisha dives in front of the barrel of my gun, hands covered in purple glitter, face lit up with relief. The old woman sees her, eyes alight with hate and rage, and she bares her teeth. "You!" she shouts, chucking her shoe down the hallway into the smoke and redirecting toward LaTisha. There's a shout from the hallway behind us, that wicked cackle overlaid with a tiny war cry of bombs away. Something flashes in my peripheral, and I have the gut-wrenching, instinctual, deadly reaction of fire that was written on my bones in the military. And in front of my gun, trained on the nasty nanny sprinting at my girl, pressed up against LaTisha's chest, just over her heart, reflecting her elegant hands coated in purple glitter, in front of the deadly weapon she's just placed herself in front of. There's an explosive snap. I don't know if I fired or not. All I know is that I threw the gun away, letting the moment unbalance me over the top of LaTisha, so I could take her to the Fjord and protect her as the world around us exploded in light and screams.
Chapter 17. LaTisha. When I open my eyes, Corbin's on top of me. My legs are spread. My dress is rucked up around my hips. Corbin's eyes are wide, and hands are running over me looking for injuries. And all I can do is laugh and laugh and laugh. Corbin's suit is a patchwork of defiant stains and smells. There are bits of onion skin and burnt echinacea flowers all over him. His face is covered in the same orange goo that's inexplicably spattered in an almost intelligible smiley face by the ceiling. Behind him, one of Evelyn's art pieces of her forebear's TM has a pair of glitter googly eyes slapped over his irises, and also his nostrils, and his mustache has been turned into octopus tentacles in bright green highlighter on the glass. The girl's nanny of the week is shouting some truly nasty things about my twin's behavior, standing over the back of Corbin's head, shaking and absolutely coated in about 6 kinds of acrylic paint. Her hair is still smoking from where it got singed, and around us, the faint haze of Brandy's favorite specialty combo of smoke bombs, marigold and pirate stink, wafts across Evelyn's ugly, opulent balcony straight out of a sci-fi movie, with the pink glow and everything. Purple glitter covers the air, drifting down and raining on us in a spectacular display of lights. My girls. I should have never been worried, God. And another thing, Nanny Awful screeches just before Corbin crushes me under him again as a firecracker snaps right by her heel. She shrieks, jumping over us and racing out of the house, and still, I can't stop wheezing with laughter, pushing at Corbin so I can get a hand up to fish beglittered strands of hair from my mouth. LaTisha, he pants, frantically checking me over again. Jesus, LaTisha, where did it hit you? God, they're safe. My babies are safe and still raising hell. I can't catch my breath with the relief. LaTisha, Corbin shakes my shoulders, and I try to push on my diaphragm to get it to stop hurting from laughter. Jesus, did I get you in the stomach? We have to get you to a hospital. Corbin, Corbin, I'm okay, it's okay. This is, oh God, I needed that. LaTisha, what the hell is going? Are you laughing? He sits back on my hips, pushing a hand through his hair, tanned skin paler than I've seen it before. Fear still etched over his perfect features. It's not fair that he's so pretty when he's covered in soot and eggshells. You're laughing. Why are you? He looks around at the mayhem around us like he's coming out of a dream. In his hand, clutched with his finger fully off the trigger and the safety on, is his gun. I'm sorry I got in front of the muzzle, I tell him, just starting to understand why he's confused. I knew you wouldn't shoot me. No, he says, in that same stone-cold, hard-ass voice that stopped me dead last time. No, you didn't. That was reckless and dangerous and the only way to stop highly trained Navy men when they're caught in a combat situation, I tell him. My dad taught me that. He used to sleepwalk with his gun when the flashbacks were bad, poor man. But he'd never shoot his daughter, and he'd never shoot a civilian, even by mistake. Corbin reminded me of him, in all the best ways, and some of the not great ones, too. The stupidest thing I've seen you do yet. You have no idea how close I came to pulling the trigger. You have no idea what could have happened. Stop being mean, Brandy shouts, her shadow looming over Corbin like a giant. The squeak of Shonda's little, yeah, in the background just makes it all the better. There, framed by the beam of Evelyn's horrid and thankfully now shattered Tiffany lamp, caught in the fading yellow of their smokescreen, decked out in matching striped tights and flouncy black dresses and capes, are my two precious, perfect wild girls. Witch hats, bandoliers of potions in tiny glass jars, smoke bombs out of a cartoon, and firecrackers in hand, poised over their specialty matching cat butt lighters from Burrito Bell. My beautiful babies. They finally see me when I manage to wipe a tear, and more glitter, out of my eye, and their faces light up, firecrackers forgotten behind them. Cat butts flung into the little whirls of ash under them. Mommy! Corbin sits back with a surprised huff, hand on his forehead and look of shock on his face. I take my chance to make a break for my girls. Hell's left behind me, feet slipping on the glitter around us like they would in sand. We meet halfway across the balcony from each other, and their tackles knock me to the cold, hard marble of Evelyn's ruined fjords. It's a flurry of kisses, of squeals of excitement, of tears of love. My girls, my precious girls, hale and whole, and healthy and safe from Evelyn's diet teas and opinions on candy and reaching, grasping, bony grip of death. Mommy, Mommy. Grandma's been so mean and awful lately, and she said you were never coming back. Brandy starts. Ever, says Shonda. At all, and she tried to take away our alchemy satchels, and she did take away the eggshell chalk you made with us. And she wouldn't let us outside to refill the beefeater, or the one for the hummingbirds, or to identify the new weeds that are growing by her icky flagstones in the back, the nasty mustard ones. God, that sounds horrible, I tell them. I sniffle, still crying. They're okay. They're not traumatized. Thank God. I can't help but keep going through the 100 million horrible things that could have happened if I hadn't been here in time, if they hadn't held Evelyn's people off so well. And then she brought in this horrible nanny. Patricia, Shonda spits, in the ugliest, meanest tone I've ever heard come out of one of my little demons. She stole our witch hats. And burned them, Brandy says, with a gleeful little smirk. But we put a surprise in the lining under the runes you taught us to embroider. They're the snakes from the 4th of July. The exomerthic, mexoarthic? Exothermic reaction ones, I correct her, kissing each of their foreheads. She said we were from Hellfire, Brandy shouts, bouncing away and waving her replacement witch hat as she parties in success. Shonda adjusts her identical backup witch hat. These ones don't have your fancy painting on the inside, Mommy. I'm sorry we let them get burned. I hold her little face in my hands, smudges of charcoal and probably the grease from their favorite contact explosives on her cheek. Sweetie, I'll paint you 100 witch hats. You've got nothing to be sorry for. I squeeze her tight, and Shonda winces a little as I slide my hand over her hair, smoothing it down. Baby, what's wrong? Brandy is... There's a tiny 7-year-old scream from off to my right, and I turn to see Brandy, stink bomb fuse lit, an arm aimed at Corbin's head. Hey, whoa, Corbin says, fiat on his butt in the debris. Who are you, interloper? Brandy, I start, scrambling for an answer. Anything to keep her from stinking him. We won't survive the car ride to wherever it is I can take us now. If Corbin's got a Shonda red shell covering him, I swear my girls learned how to bottle farts. I brought him, Corbin. He's here to... I'd been hoping my brain would generate something in the time it took to get to the end of that sentence, and it sure as hell hadn't. I look to Corbin, watch him raise an eyebrow. Finish the sentence, it says. Shouldn't look so hot on a man becoming slowly more crusted over with neon slime. I'd love to rise to his challenge. But the relief of finding the girls, and adrenaline of what if we don't find the girls, is wearing off, and my brain's chugging to a halt. What are we? My eyes ask him. And if I'm honest, my heart does too. He looks at me, and I can't read what he's trying to say. I know what I hope, but hope's been pretty far out of sight and mind for a while now. It feels wrong on my skin. He clears his throat, licks his fingers, and puts out the fuse on Brandy's stink bomb. I'm your new defensive magic teacher, little one. Brandy almost drops her bomb in shock, eyes going starry immediately. Outside, I hear the sound of sirens spinning up, approaching from way off. That's Be Nanny Awful, wanting to file a police report probably. Either that or Evelyn trying to pin kidnapping on me too. Corbin turns to look at me, face breaking into the most charming, deadly smile I've ever seen in my life. Behind me, Shonda sucks in an excited little breath, and I can see the cosmic dust swirling into her eyes as well. Corbin winks at me, holds out his hands to my girls, and they scurry over to take them immediately. But to learn these things, he says, we have to get to my stronghold. He sinks into that same ready, strong posture he had when he kicked the door down. And I know that, wherever he's telling the girls we're headed, he's got every intention of taking me straight into trouble.
Chapter 18. Corbin. I slide my key into the lock on my penthouse, LaTisha holding the girls' hands and tugging their wide eyes along behind her. Shonda's calm and silent. From the car ride, I'm getting the idea that's just how she is. Brandy is doing the bathroom wiggle, and also the look out every window wiggle, which has made progress slow. The walls of the hallway leading to my penthouse are floor-to-ceiling glass. It's only as Shonda points out the window, across Central Park to a building about 20 stories shorter than mine, that I realize I haven't asked LaTisha about this. That's our building, right, Mommy? It looks like it, sweetheart. Can you spot the zoo from here? That she and the girls haven't been here before. I think it's under the trees, Shonda says, fingers pressed lightly against the glass. Brandy has her whole face smashed into it, still wiggling. I look back at LaTisha, suddenly sheepish. Is this okay? I realize I didn't. It's fine, she tells me, watching her girls track runners like brightly colored ants through the park far below us. God, you're right by the Met. Wait until the girls realize. Mom, Brandy whines, I gotta go. LaTisha looks to me, right through her lashes. Sweet smile on her face, tired eyes still streaked with soot. If nothing else, we can make it a pit stop, I tell her. Better to not pressure her. I have enough rooms for everyone, but hotels are less personal. Even if they're absolutely not where I want her to be. Here is safer. Here is very well protected. I made sure of it when I bought the place. The door's a bottleneck. The last 2 flights of stairs are the only way up without my keycard for the private elevator. And Evelyn's never seen us together, hasn't connected us. They're hidden here. But they're also isolated from anyone who could help them. And I see why that might be difficult for a mom with 2 kids and a history like LaTisha's. She looks at my hand, still not turning the key in the lock. What? Are you hiding bodies in there or something? No, God, nothing like... Moom. Honey, just a second. I turn the latch, swing the door wide before I can hesitate anymore. And just like that, all bathroom woes, all runner hunting, and all thoughts of any other places they could stay, fall out of all 3 Baker heads. Shonda's eyes go wide as she peers into the maze of pots and plants that cover the apartment. Salvia officinalis. Brandy's jaw drops. Artemisia absinthium. Dotheraneum impressium, LaTisha says. Can they... She doesn't get another word in, as the girls squeal in delight and sprint into the apartment, matched striped leggings in purple and green almost blurring with their excitement. They speak Latin? She chuckles. In the morning they barely speak English, but they try, especially with plant names. I don't know if you noticed, but they're... Mom, there's Kratagusfi. That's great, baby. What else can you find? She turns back to me as the smack of the girl's shoes get deeper into the green vortex of my apartment's south-facing greenhouse space. They're kind of into plants and spells and the whole witch aesthetic. You know, I had noticed. Oh, really? That's just so deeply observant of having the ex-military billionaire's baby you. She draws a little closer and I run my hand up over her hip. Well, you know how good I am at first tries. She raises a brow. Do I? And second tries. She lets me drag her a little closer. Oh, really? And third and fourth. Her lips part as I trace a thumb over her bottom lip, and I see her breath pick up. Just gonna stop there, huh? I can keep this up all night. The look she gives me is hotter than the sun. Rus Tifinafi. She clears her throat, steps back a little. That's great, sweetie. Look around the corner, I shout to Shonda. You might find something you like. There's the excited patter of tiny feet, and then gasps. Seeds! Brandy shouts. Why aren't they alphabetized? Mom says they have to be alphabetized. There's a rattle as Shonda starts rearranging packets. Girls, you can't just change. It's okay, I tell her. I'm not worried about it, and she wouldn't have minded anyway. I see the look of concern, of fear, wash over her. She? My mother. It gets stuck in my throat. All these years, all these fears, all these nightmares, and I still can't get the words out. Your girlfriend? No, I clear my throat again, trying to get the word unstuck. It just won't come out. They're from family members. They're a remembrance. She looks me over, the pinch of my brow, the stiffiness of my shoulders. My face is probably military calm now. No cracks or crevices for the weakness to slip out. I hate it. I can't get over it, though. This is new, fast, and there's still 100 million things we have to find out about each other. She's mine, meant for me. But I can't talk about this. Not yet. She raises a hand to my cheek, palm catching on the stubble growing there. It's okay, she tells me. I know how hard it is to lose family. Her father. Right. I nod, then nod again, like I'm a startled, nervous teenager, like I haven't charmed 100 defiant women into my bed, like I'm worried I can't keep this one there. Like this is the most important conversation I'll ever have, when it's not. God, what is she doing to me? What is this? I clear my throat a last time, shove it away. There are 2 guest rooms, one for you and one for the girls. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby. Bathrooms attached to each when Brandy remembers she has to pee. She laughs just a little. That's generous, but they can't sleep in the same room or they'll blow the roof off somehow. I can take the couch. Oh, I'm not going to make you sleep on the couch. No, really, nay, I've slept in worse places. You can have my room. I'm not going to take your room from you. The whole place is my room, technically. Sure is, and practically I'll take the couch. Okay, you can take the couch. Thank you. To my room and leave it there for me to sleep on while you take the bed. No. You agreed already. Did not. Did so, you said thank you. You hadn't even said the whole thing yet. Sounds like a you problem. You better let me take the couch or it'll be a you problem. Make me. Her lips part, and she sucks in a tiny little breath of air, chest rising. A light sparks up in her eyes, all awkwardness and painful memories forgotten, the fear of the day. 2 little words, and we're right back there behind the closed cabin door, tangled up together in the sheets and feasting on each other. A moment passes between us, all friction and heat, all want and desire. We could share, I whisper to her, draw her in closer to my body to catch the scent of her under all the mess we have on us. We've done it before.
Chapter 19. LaTisha. We could share. We've done it before. It's not fair. Make me. None of it's fair. I'm scared. I can't just jump into bed with a man again. That's what started this mess in the first place. He put himself between you and danger. I can't only think about myself. Not now that I have the girls, especially since I'm responsible for them now, full time. When Evelyn took them away constantly, it was one thing, but I need to set an example. You told them he's here to teach them how to defend themselves. And this connection we have is insane. Almost irresistible. It can't be real. None of it can be real. This isn't the real world, green and lush and beautiful. Girls giggling happily in the background, perfect brown eyes staring into mine. But he asked you to let him take care of you. His mouth is right there. He's watching me. The tension is rising. I can feel the need for him run down my spine, into my core. I'm aching for him. I have been since he left me drifting in sleep on the ocean, like he owns my body. No one owns you. He said that. His eyes flick over my face, down to my mouth, along my brow. Reading, watching, trying to understand. We're so close I can feel the heat of his breath. Push into his hand as he runs it up my throat to the back of my neck. The slide of his palm is like a brand. Don't give in, LaTisha. You have to use your head here, not your heart. My eyes catch on the door behind him. The lock, the thickness of the security frame, the private stairs we went up to get here. It's so separate from the world. High up above the city, almost in the clouds. And he's so warm, so strong, so protective. Maybe just one kiss before I break the spell. I lean closer, feel his hand tighten around the back of my neck, feel myself go liquid, needy, hungry for him. It's just a kiss, just one more kiss. There's a gasp and then the sharp crack of pottery as it splits into 100 pieces behind us. Brandy squeaks an "oh no," and Shonda tells her not to do something. Having the ex-military billionaire's baby, Corbin's hand slides away from my neck. The steel band of his arm releases my waist. The moment's over, and I watch his face settle into that military calm, shoulders tugged straight. There's no thought, just reaction as he steps over into the kitchen and ducks into a cabinet. Brandy yelps a little, and Shonda tells her, "I told you not to." "Mom," Brandy calls, that little injured warble in her voice. Mom mode activates immediately. "I'm coming, baby. Keep pressure on it like I taught you to." I start into the maze of green wending through the glass room. "I got it," Corbin says, medic jogging over, a full military medic's pack in one hand and another smaller standard first aid kit in the other. He's worried. I can see it on his face in the way he hurries over, just a little too fast, like a father who hasn't dealt with a skinned knee before. His head bobs above the plants, and I follow after him, slower, watching. "Hey," he tells the girls, head disappearing below the plants as he kneels. "Pretty good spike trap you made there, kiddo. Want to let me see your war wound?" There's a smile, and then a little jingle from Brandy's charm bracelet as she doubtlessly shoves out her injured hand. Shonda gasps in surprise. "You have glow-in-the-dark Band-Aids?" "Course. Gotta make sure the wound's still there at night, right? Can't have it wandering off, then you wouldn't get the cool battle scars." Evelyn says scars are ugly. But we think they're cool. Mommy had a big scar where this might sting a little. That's okay. Where they took us out of her, but Evelyn made her get sugary about it. "No, it's surgery." "Well, I think your mom probably got sugary about it too," Corbin says, eyes flicking to me as I round the corner behind him. "She's awful sweet." "Are you gonna eat her?" Shonda asks. Brandy's eyes narrow suspiciously, pulled away from the hydrogen peroxide Corbin's drizzling over the cut on her palm. "Are you gonna eat us, like in Hansel?" "And Gretel? That's very rude. You're not supposed to eat Mommy. Corbin's eyes slide to mine, tracking the blush rising in my cheeks. He quirks an eyebrow. Well, I don't know about that now. All right, Shonda, how about you come with me and we get this poor plant repotted? Brandy, why don't you tell Corbin about the time we made a gingerbread tower? The one that we dropped over the side of the balcony, or the one you let us set on fire? I look at Shonda, who's very delicately cradling the uprooted blueberry bush in her palms, away from them too, as I hear Corbin asks if Brandy is sure I let them set it on fire. Brandy giggles and launches into the story, like I could stop them if they were determined. Better to participate and keep them safe. A couple more corners, and Shonda and I find a garden workbench covered in about 20 kinds of soil and 100 kinds of pots. It's like a nursery in here. But from the spider webs on the bags, I know no one's been treating it as such in a long time. Pick out a pot, sweetie. I slide over the weeding bench near my knee for her to stand on. She sets about examining the pots for the best pick, and I clear spiders out of their webs on the soil bags with a spade, careful not to squish or poke them. It's a rule in our house: bugs belong outside, but you can't squish them for visiting. Shonda and Brandy would both be bawling if I killed one instead of letting it go. Mama, can I tell you about my vision? I look over to her, surprised. Of course, sweetie. You can tell me anything you want to. Shonda's visions have always been her way of telling me what she wants. I'm not sure why she doesn't tell me the standard way, although I'm worried it has something to do with Evelyn and the way the girl's childhood has been so disrupted. But at least she's telling me. In my vision, Brandy and I had a secret code that we could tap out on the walls between our rooms together. And Corbin knew it, and he knocked it to tell us when pancakes were ready on Saturday morning. And he gave us cocoa, and he handed you coffee when you came out of your room yawning. And then we all watched Mickey Mouse together like families do. She sets a big teal pot down in front of me, and I start filling it with soil and amendments for the blueberry bush. Well, that's a really sweet vision, sweetie. Do you think it'll come true? I hope so. I like Corbin. She tosses a handful of coffee grounds and eggshells into the pot with the soil, and I pour in some perlite for drainage. He's hurting, though. I can see the stain on the side of the string that's tying you together. Shonda's an angel, a quiet one. I've never seen her take to someone so fast as she's taken to Corbin. Normally, she won't talk to people until she's known them for weeks, but she's already joking with Corbin. But Shonda's the twin that has me just a little convinced that magic is actually real. She's perceptive, insightful, wise. She can see things that are true long before I ever pick up on them. And sometimes she tells me about things that aren't there, like this string between Corbin and I. But she's also 7, going on 70, but 7 right now. What's the string look like, baby? It's red. All the strings between people are red, but Corbin's side looks like there's this dried, flaky brown stuff on it, like the blood bits that my bloody noses leave when I miss a spot. It's not as pretty as your side. I think he's hurting. Oh, I tell her, near speechless. Shocked. She pats the last of the soil down firmly over the blueberry bush's root ball and dusts her hand off. Then she turns to me, an absolutely incandescent smile splitting her face. All done. The bush says I did a good job. Can I go see what color Brandy's Band-Aid is? I nod, not sure what else to do. I stand for a moment, hearing the girls giggle, hearing Corbin teach them how to see if the Band-Aid really glows, even though it's light out. All their worries and injuries forgotten. Let me take care of you, he said. Let me take care of you.
Chapter 20. Corbin. The girls stare up at me, wide-eyed, as I pluck some basil off one of the huge bushes by the doors to the greenhouse. Rub it between your fingers. You'll be able to smell it. They each delicately stroke a leaf and catch the scent. They look at each other and giggle. Mom never lets us cook or touch the culinary herbs. She says that they're for her and the housekeeper. They're on the forbidden shelf. If we touch the forbidden shelf, Mama's spell on all our potion bottles activates and they'll disappear. Brandy nods solemnly as Shonda finishes talking, both of them serious as a funeral. God, but LaTisha's got these girls trained up well. She may not have had the time with them she deserved thanks to Evelyn, but her influence is unmistakable. I've never seen better behaved kids. Then again, I did see what they did to Evelyn's house. Well, we've got 3 whole bushes of basil that are as tall as you right here, and I need help picking the leaves for dinner. Can you do that for me? The little gasps of joy and emphatic nods they give me are precious enough to free me from nightmares for a week. Good. Get me 2 big handfuls each, all right? Yes, sir, Brandy says. They both snap off a salute, poorly formed but well meant. I get a brief flash of when I first took command of a unit, and it sobers me a little. I head to the kitchen, pulling down my Nana's oversized mortar and pestle from its place of pride on the top shelf of my kitchen storage. The last time I made pesto from scratch, I was probably about the age the girls were. I set the mortar down, staring at it for a moment, hearing the soft shuffle of LaTisha's feet and beep of her phone down the hall in my room, the girls giggling outside. Something I haven't felt in years surges up through me. Family. Peace. I want it. I want it so bad it's curling my fists and setting my jaw. LaTisha could be mine. The girls could be mine. We could have this forever. I could keep them here, safe and sound, protected, happy, and in time, maybe there could be more children. A big Italian family, brown-eyed, caramel-colored skin, and full of mischief, with LaTisha's beautiful black hair. I found out I was pregnant a couple days before Trent got caught smuggling opium. I forced myself around the counter and into the pantry, looking for pine nuts and some fresh olive oil. Corbin, is this enough? I poke my head around the doorway to see Brandy with a near armful of basil leaves. Past her in the garden, I see Shonda checking over the basil bushes, much thinner on leaves now, but still in good shape. She sees me looking and smiles, popping her thumb up to tell me the bushes are fine. That's plenty, I tell Brandy. Can you wash them up and dry them off? Yeah, she says, then looks at the counter, which is about the same height as her nose. No. There's some rooting around for a step stool that apparently doesn't exist in the apartment, and then for anything like a step stool, old boxes, stacks of books, anything. I set Brandy and Shonda on the counter to get started, finally end up pulling in some old pots from the greenhouse for them to balance on. Are those for us? We get to stand on them? Does this mean we're like plants? Backwards plants! They end up chanting that for most of the time they wash and dry basil. I come back to a slightly smaller pile than I left them with, and a set of cute twin girls with green flecks stuck in their teeth. Pick one, eat 2, huh? They tilt their heads in unison, a little confused. At some point, they took off their witch hats. I don't see them around the room, so they must have magicked them away somehow. It's a thing my Nana always told me when we were picking berries or apples or anything, really. What's a Nana? Brandy asks. Is it like a mama? I can't help but smile at that. Do you guys know the alphabet? Brandy rolls her eyes. Shonda crosses her arms. The answer is clearly duh. Well, N comes before M, right? So Nana would come before. They look at each other. Before Mama? Like Grandma? Yeah, exactly. That's how my mom taught me when I was learning English. I slide one of the pots over, set Brandy on top of it, and dole out the olive oil, basil, and pine nuts. Give her a bit of a tutorial on how to grind. She loves it, especially the part where she gets to smash the pine nuts down into the oil and hear them squelch. I leave her to it and set a pot of water boiling for pasta, Shonda a couple steps behind the whole way. You said you had to learn English, she asks me as she salts the water for the angel hair. Did you talk in something else? I taste the water. Makes me want to pucker my mouth so it's perfect for the short cook time of thinner pastas. I did, yeah. I was born in Italy. My family moved over when I was about your age. So I had to learn all the rules and everything. Is that why your voice sounds a little funny sometimes? The accent. Smart kid to catch it. Doesn't pop through much except when I'm upset. It is. Where'd you hear it? At Nonna's. I feel my heart swell up a little, hearing that. God, these girls. Already taking on the words and things I'm teaching them. Man, but I want this. I want this forever. It's been all of a day. You know, I'm not supposed to tell you this, I whisper. But only grandmas you like deserve to be called Nonna. Mama says I'm not allowed to call her Evelyn, or Butthead, or the Grand Gone. She catches my look of confusion. Like the lady with the snake hair. Only Grandma's got tin foils where the snakes would be. She makes us go to the hair lady with her when her real hair color starts showing through, and she's keeping us away from Mommy. They do all this. Weird stoofy to our hair, it usually hurts. We hate it. It always smells bad, and it makes us cry. Like Mommy cries at night sometimes when Evelyn's been awful and she thinks we're asleep. That's why we put all those curses on Grandma's house. It should be laughable, these precious little girls throwing curses and slinging potions. But I don't think I've seen two more serious people in my life, and I've been to war. Is that what that was? Curses? Deep magic, Brandy whispers, voice like a hag's. She gives the pesto a surprisingly vicious stab, face splitting into a witchy smile at the squelch it makes. Shonda turns to me from where she's stirring the angel hair in the pot, and I can almost imagine her standing over a bitty cauldron, eyeballs floating in her brew, facing peeking through the steam like it is now. And we'll do even deeper magic on you if you hurt. Mommy. Brandy stabs the pesto again. Nasty magic. Wicked magic, Shonda promises, as the pot takes on its full, rolling boil, the sound of it the perfect complement to their threats. There are two children in my kitchen, brown-eyed, black-haired angels, decked out in poofy witch dresses covered in glitter, standing on brightly colored flower pots. They believe in magic, and they're threatening me with it. I take them more seriously than any other threat I've received.
Chapter 21. LaTisha. There's reports all over the news about arrests in Thailand. Were you there? Tyla's voice worries from my phone's speaker. I leave the comb from Corbin's counter, stuck in a patch of goo in my hair. Click a voicemail from Andy. Honey, Jake's been finding all these listicles about who's getting charged with possession of narcotics in Thailand. And you're listed? But I don't understand how you could be indicted. We just saw you. Call me back, Dakwanda demands from another voicemail. I don't know what's going on, but Trent's nasty spray tan mother's on TV instead of updates about the best dressed from the Emmys. And she's talking a load of crap about you. There's a text from Andy that's just question marks, another from Dakwanda that's full of black Evelyn lookalikes and knife emojis, and a stream of increasingly distraught texts from Tyla. The final one says, "Where are you? Call me back or I'm calling Mom." I thumb the couple of cracks in my phone's screen protector, acquired during either my run from Evelyn's office or mad rush to get the girls. It must have died sometime in the last few hours. I didn't get a chance to charge it before Evelyn abducted me after Disney World. I only just got it plugged into a charger in Corbin's bathroom as I got ready for a shower. Tyla wouldn't call Mom on me. Tyla's got more beef with our mother than any of the rest of us. That's probably just a threat. Just a Hail Mary to get me to call back. I click open my contacts, scrolling for Tyla's name. I fick the list one last time, and the screen goes black. My thumb trails over the accept call button, hovering under my mother's name. No, it can't be Mom. Mom never calls. Mom's always busy. Mom hasn't talked to me in years. Mom probably doesn't even have my number anymore. And her small, tinny voice definitely wouldn't be echoing. Out of my phone right now? Well, I suppose that answers that question, unless they allow stars their cell phones in prison. But it is. Care to explain why there's a drug scandal involving one of my daughters in a campaign year? I feel like I'm 16 and caught breaking curfew again. I feel like I'm 18 and staring down my mother's pursed lips when my art professor tells me how glad he is to have such a promising painter in his program. I feel like I'm 20 and trying to decide whether to accept or reject my mother's friend request on Instagram. Let her know just how much I haven't been at university. I'm just as scared now as I was the last time I talked to her, almost 7 years ago, when the divorce was finalized and she told me that I could keep Trent's last name if I was going to be involved in public scandals. Too much of a threat to her midterm elections. "Hi, Mom." "LaTisha," she says. There's just a tinge of happiness in her voice, enough to convey she's pleased to hear from me and cover whatever else she might be thinking. Mom's a congresswoman. She used to march and protest for civil rights during the 60s. It got her into politics. She's been knocked down with fire hoses and had dogs sicked on her. So she's got sounding one way and feeling another down to an art. I've had a call from Benjamin. Apparently, Evelyn Parkins is filing a custody challenge with the New York courts on behalf of her son. I rub a hand over my face, no doubt streaking more glitter everywhere. She's got no claim. Mom clears her throat and I hear the rustle of papers. She's probably got her reading glasses perched on her nose, sitting in her dark wood and deep green study in her office in D.C., probably holding up the papers to the light, surrounded by her framed degrees and pictures of all her daughters' graduations. Except mine, of course. Mom's never gotten over the fact that it's an incomplete set. My client believes that the children's mother, LaTisha Baker, is no longer a fit guardian on the grounds of possession, use, and intent to distribute narcotics and illegally obtain prescription drugs, as detailed in the attached case file, regarding the arrest on Jonathan William Myers' yacht on such and such a date, etc. I pin the phone between my shoulder and the hard-fought, blessedly untangled side of my head, working at the globs on the other half. It's not true. Well, I certainly hope not, because if it was, it would look deeply suspicious that you were absent from social media, scheduled appearances, and all recorded forms of communication for the 3 days following the arrest. Evelyn, I tug on the tangle with the comb, fighting the goo's half-dried chunks. There's some loud screech on the other side of the phone, like a jet engine. Must be a weird day in her office. Mom, I was off the yacht before the police came, and I took an unscheduled personal day. Didn't Jasmine tell you about Disney? And it would certainly look neglectful that you disappeared over your daughter's birthdays, in light of the sheer number of childcare specialists you must run through, jet-setting all over the place as you do. Damn stubborn tangle. I yank on the comb harder, trying to ignore my mother, trying to get back to the sculptured, perfect stranger I'm used to in the mirror. I've just got to hold it together long enough to convince her everything's fine. Everything's always fine. That was work. Evelyn schedules my events and appearances. I don't have a lot of say. It was Thailand, wasn't it? And then England, Australia, your hometown of Chicago. Hello, by the way. A visit would have been appreciated. And then on to Los Angeles, where you mysteriously disappeared amid a false terrorism report. The comb's bending, and I can hear little snaps as my hair breaks around the mess. But it's loosening just a little. I swear it is. On the other side of the phone, there's a weird, echoey voice saying something I can't make out. It's just a misunderstanding, Mom. You work with the TSA. You know how reactive they can be. But it sounds like all this is normal and acceptable to you, so you can't be surprised about legal notices of custody challenges. You have an answer for everything. I'm sure if the girls get taken away, you've got some cocktail to make you forget. The comb snaps in my hand, tines pinging off in 20 different directions. If you're implying that you don't think I'm fit to take care of my girls, you can hang up right now. I feel cold. I feel empty. I feel numb, honestly. I'll get my own lawyer. I'll fight my own battle. I wipe at my eyes. Don't do it. Don't you cry. It's work. I'm going so much because of work. I'd never touch whatever they were shooting or snorting or swallowing or whatevering on that boat. I hear myself sigh. Don't. Take LaTisha, don't do it. I've already got one mother from hell. I don't need another Bera. Berating. I lose the fight. Tears roll down my cheeks, big hiccuping sobs spilling from my mouth and into the phone, into my mother's ears. I cover my mouth, trying to hold them back, trying to get a grip on myself, clutching my phone in one hand and my jaw in the other. So it isn't true, Mom says after I get my breathing under control. From the sound of it, a lot of things aren't. Everything's fine, I tell her, wiping at my tears, forcing cheerfulness into my voice. I swear, Mom, I'm just stressed. I'll see that for myself when I land. What? Mom, where are you? A little garbled, a little far away from the phone, a polite voice says, Congresswoman, we're preparing for takeoff. We have to ask you to finish up your call and stow your electronics. Of course, she says, getting further and further away, lowering the phone. Mom, no, wait. I'm not even at my apartment anymore. The only response I get is a dial tone. Crap.
Chapter 22. Corbin. Something's wrong. LaTisha's putting on a good show for the girls, asking them about their travails with cooking dinner. It's good pesto. Brandy did a nice job mixing it to the right consistency. But her heart's not in it, and she keeps looking out the window at the sky. We play with them, all through dinner, eat pasta with our hands, laugh about jokes. I get to ask Shonda and Brandy about their bombs, and their chemistry sets, their gardens, their mom's rules about safety, how they spend all their time together doing projects and learning how to be careful around the things they use and make. Eventually, their eyes start to droop. Brandy almost faceplants in her finished bowl. Shonda drops her fork. She's so tired. LaTisha and I finish our food while the girls breathe softly, heads on the table. How'd you learn so much about chemistry? I ask her, honestly curious, trying to distract her from whatever's eating her up inside. She shakes herself a little, eyes coming into focus on me. I tutored chemistry in college. I was really into the idea of fabricating my own paints and colors, things like that. It's surprising, the art you can make when you apply a bit of science. She puts her hand down on the table, running her fingers over the glass in a swirling design. I was planning on getting a double major before. She looks back out the window again, and I think I see tears gathering. I reach out, still her hand. What's going on, Hummer? She looks down at her lap, rubs at one of her eyes. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. I'm cold, Brandy mumbles, head coming up off the table. Mama, I'm cold. LaTisha's up and moving in an instant, caring for her girls, letting her bury whatever's going on in her head. She takes Brandy's hand, scoops up Shonda, who doesn't even wake up. Come on, girls. Let's get you to sleep. I won't even make you wash all your spells off. "'Kay," Brandy says, rubbing her eyes and trailing off behind LaTisha and her sister. Shonda just mumbles sleepily and buries her face in her mom's neck. I sit in the quiet for a moment, trying to figure out how we went from the bone-deep connection on the 130 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn yacht to this distrustful silence. Did I do something? Did something happen? My phone vibrates over on the kitchen counter. It knocks enough responsibility into my brain that I get up and clear the dishes, check my messages. Half a dozen calls from Skylar and a wall of what's clearly talk-to-text, her preferred form of miscommunication. I skim through, trying to boil it down to its essence. Not sure how you think we're supposed to deal with the lawyers. Your uncle, hey, get your hands off that, where's your warrant? The lawyers your uncle sicked on us, don't touch that. No, damn it, Siri, that's not what I wanted. Fine, ain't sent text. I scroll through some more messages that are the verbal equivalent of butt dialing. Siri transcribed, look, Corbin there, about 10 people here taking files. And if you don't offer some kind of direction here, send text. Excuse me, what the duck do you think you're doing with his safe, Siri? Read back, goddammit. I said duck, not duck, no duck, ducking, Jesus, Chris. No, don't call Chris. Then it's clear that her thumbs took over because I get a perfectly formatted, eloquent, spell-checked corporate message. President Corbin Malizia, your dump truck of an uncle has sent his team of lawyers from Burnstock/butthole/ whatever over to obtain files demonstrating professional misconduct. They are operating without a warrant, but I am unfortunately not empowered to use your connections to make them GTFO. He's talking about disinheriting you. If you're dead, no one's notified me about power of attorney, and as such, I need your input to resolve this matter. Please respond at your earliest convenience, or get found dead in whatever ditch you fell into already, so I can sort this stuff out. You've got me in a box here. I appreciate your time and look forward to speaking with you soon. And then there's just a line of squirt guns and rage faces with expletive sensors over their mouths, sent at regular 15-minute intervals for the past couple of hours. I call her back, half seriously checking for a mushroom cloud over where our office should be on the skyline outside the window. Skylar's not technically a weapon of mass destruction, but that's a matter of someone else's opinion, not hers. Thank whatever god I was just praying to. Where the hell have you been? Handle it, I tell her. What do you think I've been doing all day? Getting a facial and drinking champagne. Where are you? You hate champagne, which is why I'm getting you a bottle of tequila. Congratulations, you're promoted. There's silence from the other side of the line. I'm not kidding you, Skylar. Welcome to being my business partner. I'll discuss compensation with you after this is done. 132 Tyla Walker and Vic Savon. She hangs up on me. Well, that's either great or bad. My phone starts trying to vibrate out of my hand. Squirt gun, dead emoji, crying, laughing emoji, pissed emoji, knife, the little trumpet celebration thing. Something that makes my whole screen into a fireworks show instead of my message stream. And then a picture of Skylar flipping me off. Thank you for this opportunity, and the consideration and time you put into it. I will notify you as soon as the matter is closed. I look forward to working with you. Skull emoji. If I didn't know that Skylar was the definition of professionalism with everyone but me, I'd be concerned. But if she says it's handled, it's handled. I pack up the leftovers in Tupperware, trying to make my housekeeper's job a little easier, considering the mess she'll have to clean up is likely going to quadruple with the twins here. And then I make my way down the hall to my room. And hopefully LaTisha. She didn't actually agree to share a bed, I remind myself. It doesn't matter that I want to run my hands over every part of her and make sure she's okay. That I've been watching every sway of her hips and bend of her spine as she's been handling the girls all day. That I'm caught up in the idea of how she'd look in the dawn light of my bedroom, naked, satisfied as she wakes up smiling at me tomorrow morning, or every morning. I open the door to my room, and I'm caught by the sight of her, back to me, framed by the window overlooking the city lights. She's got those garters on again, different stockings, different panties and bra, all of it tiny, all of it transparent. She turns to look at me over her shoulder, eyes still wide and hurting. Tired. Scared. I go to her. I can't help it, not when she looks at me like that. Like the future's coming for her. Like her heart's breaking. I yank off my singed tie, drop my ruined suit jacket to the floor, pull her into my arms. Do you want to talk about it? There's a silence where she traces that same winding pattern on the back of my hand. And then, finally, no. She turns in my arms. Make me forget, she asks, a breath away, tears in her eyes. I kiss her like the world's ending.
Chapter 23. LaTisha. He backs me into the window, the cold glass and the heat of him making me hiss. I just want to feel something other than pain, fear, dread, something good. I bite his bottom lip, drag it into my mouth, trying to get him to move faster, be rougher. His hands are gentle. His holds don't leave marks like they did the first time. He coaxes me out, doesn't let me goad him. Don't be gentle with me. I tug on his hair, pull his head back so I can get at his neck, suck a mark onto his throat, let my teeth catch in the stubble on his jaw. God, but this man is beautiful. Strong features, lush black hair, those eyes. Those eyes are watching me like they know way too much. He can't know what's going on, not all of it. Evelyn? Sure, but my mother... Stop it. Don't think about it. I want to forget, I tell him. It comes out too needy, too desperate. I don't have my mother's knack for tone and words. I wrap my arms around his neck, jump up so I can wrap my legs around him, lick into his mouth and draw him out. He presses me tighter to the glass, catches me, kisses me, but it's too soft, too asking. I want demands. I want need. I don't know what I want. Hell, I almost just want to be free of not knowing. Let me take care of you, he says again, that deep tone right in my ear. He sucks my earlobe into his mouth, and my head drops back to the window. Please. I don't know what I'm asking for. Don't know what I think it'll get me. I need. I know what you need, Hummer. Let me. Put your hands on the ledge above you. There's a breath or two where I hesitate. He can't know. I don't know. How can he possibly know? But my hands let go of his neck, rising and reaching behind me for the ledge just above the window. My fingers tighten around the steel and I wait, breathless, heart pounding. 1 beat, 2 beats, that arrogant grin, that tilt of his head and rake of his eyes comes back, just like last time, just like every time in my dreams, in my memories, in my fantasies in the time we spent apart. He settles his arms under my thighs and lifts. You want it, you need it, and we've got it. This portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube, so you'll have to head over to tylawalker.com. Using code SAVE40 will yield you a great deal on the unabridged content. Back to the story.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Corbin. Not quite done yet, friends. This scene just keeps going and going. Find all the delicious deets at tylawalker.com. Code SAVE40 gives you what you are desperately craving. Thanks for reading. She nuzzles into my neck, boneless, tired, half asleep already. It's never been like this. I feel... She never does finish the sentence. She falls asleep on top of me, and I just drift there under her for a while, holding her, trying to convince myself she's real, that all of the wild crap that's happened in the last 24 hours is real. From down the hall, I hear soft little footsteps on the carpet, padding to the kitchen. The scrape of one of the pots over the laminate floor as one of the twins hunts down a water glass and then fills it up. More careful footsteps, A soft knock on her sister's door. A little thank you as she passes the glass. No, one of the glasses. She got 2 from how long they took to fill. That's precious as hell. I get LaTisha settled in bed, lay a kiss on her forehead, and get the sheets over her. She looks like an angel, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Face nuzzled into the pillow I usually use, just like it was on the yacht. Whatever's been bothering her, whatever's happened, we'll sort it out later. Together. I find myself in front of the window overlooking the city, next to the little memorial of my parents that I keep on my dresser. God, but the laugh my dad would get if he saw how I managed to get entangled in all this. The smile on my mom's face if she could meet these little girls. I stroke my finger over the face of Dad's pocket watch, the stones of Mom's engagement ring, like I always do when I find myself here. I trace the vines, the posts, the cold metal, and I just know, like I know so many things with her. One day I'm going to slip this ring onto LaTisha's finger and never let her take it off again.
Chapter 25. LaTisha. I am dreaming. I must be dreaming. Everything is soft gray, and there's a patter of rain on the window. The bed is perfect, firm enough to support and soft enough to cradle. The pillow under my head smells better than anything I've ever encountered before. I'm sore in all the best places. Hair tangled up like there have been hands in it all night. There's a warm, strong arm across the small of my back, gentle breaths beside me. There are no worries, not about the girls, the future, the past, none of it. Not even the minor strains of Evelyn's ringtone disturb me overmuch. But the ring gets louder and louder and louder. The dream shatters, and I gasp awake, hand slapping toward the nightstand of whatever hotel room I'm in to get my phone off the charger. Only I don't hit nightstand, I hit more bed, and my phone's vibrating in the other direction, in the bathroom, where I had it plugged in the night before. Corbin's bathroom, Corbin's apartment, Corbin's bed. Lightning flashes out the window, a storm picking up over the city. The streets are full of yellow cabs crawling like ants. The sky is roiling with clouds, and my stomach is fighting its way up into my throat. Evelyn's ringtone quiets, then starts again. Next to me, Corbin turns over, starting to come awake. I slip out of bed as quickly and quietly as I can, trying not to disturb him, hurrying to the bathroom on my still stockinged feet. The sight that greets me in the mirror is definitely horny LaTisha in full force in only thigh-highs, garters, and sex hair, hickeys on my neck, and fingerprints bruised into my hips. She's beautiful, I think to myself, watching her reach for my phone, but she's not who I'm supposed to be. She rejects Evelyn's call. I know it's my hand that does it, that it's me I'm seeing in the mirror, but I can't put the person inside and out together as one. Evelyn calls again. I put my phone on silent, reject her call again. There's a notification, a voicemail. 3 hours ago, which puts it at 5 in the morning. It's from Mom. Don't, says the vision of me in the mirror. Go back. 148, Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Don't, says the vision of me in the mirror. Go back to bed. Let him take care of you. Let him keep you. Don't believe what men say during sex. I tell myself, hearing it in Daquanda's voice, Twyla's, Andy's, even my mom's. The only brain they're thinking with is the one under their dick. I watch myself in the mirror, push my mess of hair back from my head, turn my back on how I look, and bring up the voicemail on speaker, all 20 terrifying seconds of it. Just calling to find out why the lock on your apartment door is broken, and neither you or the girls are there. If this is still work, you're in the wrong line. Call me. I have a moment of calm when my brain tells me that there's still a way to fix this. Keep the secret. That there's got to be a reason she'll believe. And then that's overwritten by panic, as every plan and thought and excuse I've crafted shatters with the realization that if the lock's broken, Evelyn's been there. That she'd be who my mother called next, and I have no control over what she'd say. No idea what information my mother has. I race into Corbin's room, stripping garters and stockings as I go, cussing and hopping on one foot, trying to get them off. I snatch up my dress from yesterday, and it stays crumpled in the pile it's in, glued together by dried goo. Crap. I look around frantically, only now realizing that I don't have a damn to wear, except my heels. I can't leave the house in yesterday's dress. It's probably a fire starter at best this point. Dakwanda told me a story once about her first time at Fashion Week in Paris. She slept with Kevin Kline, Mark Jansen, hell, the name escapes me, missed the first show, called Andy, desperate for advice, and on that advice, stole his shirt and belt and wore it with heels, lipstick, and not much out. Got a tidbit nipply, I tell myself, remembering her exact words over the martini Monday all four of us had when she got back. Tidbit nipply. Why is your closet a secret compartment, Corbin? I run my hands along the walls, feeling for a mechanism, and almost jump out of my skin when I feel his hand slide up my hip. Hey, whoa, it's okay, Hummer. He takes one of my hands in his. You're okay. I press a hand to my chest, trying to press my heart rate back down to a normal level. I'm not, and this isn't, and nothing is, and if you don't open this closet right now, I'll. Baby, he says, soft, gentle, heart in his eyes, cupping one of my cheeks in his palm, giving my hand a squeeze and drawing me close. What's going on? Your closet doesn't make any sense, I tell him, snatching my hand away, headed back to the wall. Babe, that's not my closet. It's over there. He, 150, Tyla Walker, and Vixa Vaughn, waves his hand at the opposite wall, the obvious doors, mirrored and reflecting how delicious he looks from the back. Knock it off, I tell myself, hurrying over in search of a dress shirt, uncaring if I leave sweaty fingerprints on his perfectly polished mirror doors. Knock what off? LaTisha, what is going on? I find a blue dress shirt, Italian cut, form-fitting enough to look intentional, and thank God for this man's long-ass torso. I snatch it off the hanger, burrowing inside the closet to try and find a belt. LaTisha, stop. That tone again, like a bullet to the brain, a knife to my panic. My spine snaps straight, my shoulders climb. There's a belt in my hand, and I feel the urge to drop it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. LaTisha, the only one who will take care of you is you. Think about your girls. I tug the belt loop out from the neatly spiraled leather, turning to face Corbin as my fingers make a mess of the buttons on the shirt. I have to go, I tell him, peering around the broad, muscled shoulders that still have the half moons made by my nails all over them. You wouldn't understand. He steps in front of me, settles a hand on my shoulder when I try to dodge, tilts my chin up. Try me. There's no time. I'm already 3 hours late. Baby, if this is Evelyn, I thought I yank my shoulder out from under his hand. Don't act like you know everything about what's going on with me, Corbin. Evelyn can rot in hell for all I care. But my mother's here and God, no. No, LaTisha, shove that little hiccup down. Wipe those tears away. You have a job to do. Think of your girls, Shonda and Brandy, asleep on the other side of the wall, completely unaware that soon enough our entire lives are going to implode. God, what are the kids at school going to say to them? I'll have to take them out, get them private tutors, but with what money? What resources? God, after Evelyn's through with us, there won't be a nanny in the city who... Baby, please, Corbin says, gathering me close, wiping at the tears streaming down my cheeks. I can't do it. I can't stop it. The great hiccuping sobs, the fear, the way I drop the belt and shirt, to cling to his stupidly, hotly muscled arms, let him wrap me up and cry against his gorgeous, perfect skin, in his gorgeous, perfect apartment, where he promised me gorgeous, perfect things last night. I can't. I sob while he strokes my hair, while he draws me close, while he settles me on his lap, on the gorgeous, perfect, stupid, deliciously comfortable bed, where he tucked me in and held me all through the night, warm and safe and completely unconcerned. I can't do it anymore, Corbin.
Chapter 26. Corbin. Skylar went through a nasty divorce not too many years ago, and I was pretty much the only friend she kept through it. She knew a lot of trash people. Iggy's dad was just the top of that list. The one thing the experience taught me was that you just let people cry. It comes out in time, when they're ready. So I keep LaTisha tucked into my lap, hold her close, kiss her forehead when it feels right, let her cry it out. "It's okay, baby." I stroke over the back of her neck, keep my voice calm as her panic winds down, as she wraps her arms around my neck and hides. "I've got you. I'll keep you safe." They won't believe me. I rub my jaw over the top of her head, black strands catching in the dark stubble there. "Who, baby?" She cries a little harder. "No one will. No one ever does." I run my hand down her spine to the little dip just above her hips. "Shh, Hummer. I believe you. I believe you. But you... She can't finish the sentence, caught in the fear again. I keep my breath slow, stroking down her spine in time. Eventually, thankfully, she calms just a little, breathing deep against my neck. "Is this about your mom?" She sniffles, nods a little. "Okay. You said she's here. Is that bad? Did she hurt you?" My thighs tense a little, ready to do something about it if LaTisha says yes, probably involving hiding a body. No more than any parent hurts their kid. But she won't see it like you do. Won't see what? LaTisha breathes for a moment, pushes out the biggest, shakiest sigh I've ever heard. She sits back on her heels, pushes her hair out of her eyes and wipes at her eyes. She's freaking gorgeous. A black ebony goddess. God, but I think I'm in love with this woman already. No one ever sees behind the curtain, Corbin. It's all the yachts and vacations and... She waves her hand around the apartment, towards the mirrors, the view, the memorial on top of my dresser. "It's beautiful. It's a fantasy. It's a dream, and they won't ever believe. They couldn't imagine." 154 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. She covers her face with her hand, and I read shame in every line of her body. God, I've seen that in too many women in my life. In every new face Estefano has paraded in front of me. I don't want that for her. I won't have it. I take her hand away from her face. "What's Rule 3, Hummer?" She takes a shaky breath, eyes sliding up to my mouth, though not my eyes. Keep my eyes open. "You're not alone anymore." I tilt her chin up so our eyes meet. "I'm keeping you, LaTisha. No more Evelyn, no more trips. You stay here with me, with the girls." Tears well up in her eyes again, and she wipes at them, nodding, straightening her spine. "I never told them," she starts, still shaky, breathing hard. "The girls. Anyone, really. I wanted to keep them safe, and I knew no one would believe me." "I believe you." She smacks my shoulder. "Rule 2, talk crap, get hit." I catch her hand before she can move it too far, place it over my heart. This damn stubborn woman, refusing to take help, fighting, alone all this time. "Hummer, it's not false. It's the truth." She tugs her hand back and I let her go after a moment. That means a lot. It does, I don't want you to think it doesn't. But it's not going to fix anything. I've kept this a secret too long, and this isn't how I wanted them to find out. The girls, I think they might deserve a little more credit than that. No, the girls. The girls know enough. They know it's bad. She looks away, out over the skyline of the city, drenched in rain. It's my mother, my sisters. I never told them, and they probably think, God, can't I just stop crying? They probably think I'm a horrible mother, abandoning my kids to fly all over the place constantly. And now Evelyn wants custody because of this yacht thing. And my mother's in town. She got a call from the lawyer, and she's going to destroy me about this. She's going to tell me to give the girls up. She's going to be so angry. And it's an election year, and that always makes it worse, and she... Hummer, shh, come here. I gather her up, stroking her hair, sorting through the panic. It's going to be okay. I'm going to take care of it. Corbin, you can't promise things like that. I can. I am. She pushes at me, trying to get out of my arms. No, you can't. We don't even know each other, Corbin. It's been a day. One single day. And you're going on about all this. I let her go. Let her walk across the room to where she dropped my shirt and belt. She starts fussing with the fabric, getting the shirt on. And I understand it. This isn't exactly a conversation to have naked. I pull on a pair of house pants from my dresser. 156 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Give her a little space to collect herself. Give her a little time to settle and arm herself. I run my thumb over my father's pocket watch, and my hand hesitates over my mother's ring. It's been one single day, she said, but it doesn't matter to me. I know. In my gut, where I've always known when to duck, when to move, how to stay alive. She's bone deep in me, instinctual. Mine. Lightning flashes through the sky, and I hear the wail of a siren in the distance, an ambulance racing to a tragedy, just like that night. I stop her hand as she goes to wrap the belt around her waist. LaTisha, I mean what I said. I mean everything I say to you. She pauses, looks up at me through her lashes. Please, we have to be reasonable about this. No, we don't. I know you feel this like I do. I know you feel like you're mine. Corbin, and I'm yours. So I take her hands in mine. Lightning cracks across the sky outside, the rain picking up. Just stay. Let me handle it. You're mine, Hummer, just like I'm yours and I'm keeping you. She looks up at me, hope in those big brown eyes, lips a little bruised and swollen from our night. Hands in mine and a breath away from saying yes. God, was this how my dad felt, asking Mom to come to America with him? Leave it all behind? I'll never get to ask now. They're gone, taken in a storm just like this. Sometimes the world's crappy like that. I've seen plenty of it. But not here. Not with her, not for her. Not if I have anything to say about it. I reach behind me to the dresser, hand closing over what I'm after without looking. I drop to one knee. Corbin, what are you doing? LaTisha Baker, you belong with me, and I belong with you. Let me take care of you and your girls through whatever storm comes. Io e te mai soli. I take her hand in mine, press my mother's ring into her palm. Corbin, what? Marry me, LaTisha.
Chapter 27. LaTisha. Marry me. The words hang in the air between us. I feel my heart beat once, twice, a third time. Feel my eyes widen. Feel my stomach twist. Corbin's on one knee, heart in his eyes, in his hand, on his sleeve. His face is open, hopeful, beautiful. Eyes just a little scared, jaw set, stubble just darkening it and casting him much more mysterious than usual. His eyes, the perfect, beautiful green of them, locks with mine, holds. The rain's falling outside, the light soft. I'm wrapped in a shirt that smells like sandalwood, and him, bare of any pretenses, emotionally stripped and terrified. My reaction's never going to get more genuine than it is right now. My heart's never going to get any more vulnerable. If I'm lucky, My life's never going to get any more ruined. Something small, hopeful, ready to believe perks up in me and whispers, "Say yes." How long have I waited for someone to ask me to marry them? Say yes. How many nights have I hoped for someone to help with the girls? To love them, teach them, guide them. Say yes. But how many times have I told myself that none of it can happen until I'm free? Corbin, Evelyn still got her claws in me. The girls are still in danger. I've sabotaged every ounce of goodwill and leniency I might have gotten from my ex-mother-in-law, and with these new drug allegations against me, they might even reopen Trent's case. He might get free, and I testified against him, and they still own me. My mother is out there in New York, at her favorite coffee shop on Broadway. I know the one. I know she'll be there. Right now, she's ordering her standard whole milk cappuccino done Cubano and whatever muffin of the day they have on, thanking the cashier, remembering their name, smiling and stewing about me not being where I said I would be. She's lying in wait, like every other person in my life, like Corbin is right now, here in front of me, asking me to put the ring on my finger and show him that I want to belong to him. 160 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. I can't. I take a step back from him, holding the ring out, unwilling to touch it, to take it out of my palm. Corbin, I can't. I have to go. I see the hope on his face shatter, and I can't look after that. He doesn't move to take the ring. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please take it. But he won't. He looks from the ring to my face, and I see something angry and cold come over him. That's dangerous, my self-preservation tells me. I set the ring on his nightstand, stoop to grab the belt on the floor where I dropped it, and bolt out of the bedroom. LaTisha, I don't stop, bare feet slapping on the wood floors of his apartment. I round the corner of the hallway and bump a plant rack, jostling it, sending a pot of mother-in-law's tongue crashing off the top. I'm so sorry. I bend to scoop up the broken shards of pottery. The sound of shattering seems to have knocked Corbin out of his hurt daze, and he stops just shy of the mess, hands reaching for me. He gets down onto one knee again. I can't help my terrified flinch. My hands spasm, fear and dread shooting through me. The shard in my hand slices across my other palm. I hiss at the pain, heartbeat spiking higher with adrenaline. I see the blood and start to feel a little lightheaded, dazed. Hummer, let me. He reaches for my hand to inspect it, and I swear I see something shine in his palm. A ring? The remains of my sanity? Some of the tears I'm going to cry about this later, because I'm definitely, absolutely not crying them right now. It doesn't matter. I can't let him touch me, can't stay here. I'm sorry, please, will you watch the girls for me? LaTisha. He reaches for me, and I back away a few more steps. Please, Corbin. There's no one else I can trust, and I have to go. I can't look at his face, but I know he's looking at mine, hidden beneath my hair. Okay, he says after a moment. I'll take care of them. Just come back, LaTisha, when you're done. I will. I promise I will. It's okay. He sets to work on the mess of soil and shards again. Do what you need to do. I want to thank him. I want to kiss him. I want to cry myself out in his arms again. Let him handle this and make it all better. Resolve the problems. Make Evelyn disappear. Keep me up here in his tower in the clouds, surrounded by all the lush, beautiful things he grows. My girls and my love, that fairy tale-minded part of me whispers. I have to go. I turn, snatch my heels from by the door, and get myself in the elevator before I can lose. 162 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. The fight with my feelings and end up right back in bed with him. The elevator dinged cheerily and the doors slide shut, locking me away from any more bad decisions. Every beep of the descent, 20 or 30 floor brings another nasty thought. It's too soon. It's only been a day. I'm not ready. It's the kind of thing you read love stories or fairy tales about. When people just know they've found the one. It couldn't happen in real life. Real life is about money. Real life is about taking care of yourself. Real life is full of traps and entanglements, people trying to own you. I wanted it to be different. God, I did. I wanted it to be flowers from his garden, my girls with a father, finally, someone to take care of me. But God, why would he ask that now? Ask that when I was overwhelmed, hurting, scared, crying, when I couldn't get the words to come out, hands shaking, throat closing. He doesn't know me. He can't know me. And I don't know him. No matter how I feel, how in tune we are, there's no possible way. I left my girls with a stranger. God, it's only been a day. A serial killer could keep an act up for a day, or a child molester. Hell, even a nitwit like Trent kept the good partner act up for years before I finally saw through it. I'm gullible. I'm too trusting. I'm an awful mother. Just leaving my girls there where anything could happen to them, abandoning them again. Maybe Evelyn's right. Maybe I'm not a fit parent. Maybe it would be better to let them go somewhere they can be safe and loved and happy. The elevator doors slide open on the ground floor, spilling me out into the lobby. The doorman nods to me, smiling as I bend to finally put on my heels, now that I have to walk. Thank God my purse was right by them, or I would have forgotten it. I pause in front of the mirrored glass doors of the lobby. I look a mess, crying, tired, scared, like a common slut. Abandoning her children, Evelyn's nasty voice tells me. Pathetic. I should fix my hair. I should put on makeup. I should be ashamed of myself. And as I step out into the rain and head for the subway, digging for enough money to buy a Metro card for the first time in years, I realize that I am, and that maybe I always have been.
Chapter 28. Corbin. Well, that went well. In the Navy, we've got this acronym, SNAFU. Situation normal also. Screwed up. The apartment is clean, pristine, almost exactly as I left it when I headed out yesterday morning. I hear a little knock on the wall, one of the girls seeing if the other is awake. There's the buzz of my phone coming from the bedroom, and I ignore it, head to the kitchen for a dustpan. The medic's kit is tucked away where it belongs. There are no bowls in the sink, all of them cleaned and put away last night. Pans scrubbed and tucked back in place. Besides the 2 pairs of shoes by my door, you wouldn't know there was another soul in the place. My phone stops buzzing and the house goes quiet. Empty. Just the sound of the rain on the greenhouse windows. I'm on top of the world in the penthouse. I've got the high ground, the defensible position. All alone in my fortress, with no evidence that she was here. No change to my environment. All the changes are inside me. Yeah, snafu seems applicable. I sweep up the soil remains, set the plant on the counter to see if the girls want to repot it later. My phone buzzes again in the other room. I ignore it. That was the wrong time to propose, and I knew it. I knew it then, I know it now, and I did it anyway. Where's all that military discipline now? I can hear drill sergeants screaming in my head, yelling out marching orders, pushing us to move as one, to connect, rely on each other. I remember how being in a unit felt, being in tune. It took years of training. With LaTisha, it took less than a night. And I went, and I ruined it. I know I did. All it takes to derail Malizia is a half-remembered nightmare and a storm. You don't have to shoot him. He'll ruin himself. It's been a while since I had to do battle with my own head. My heart aches in my chest. Stupid, it was so stupid. She hadn't said yes. She didn't want it. And who would blame her? An engagement after 24 hours? Of course the answer wasn't yes. Of course she bolted. All the crap that she's been through and the traps she can't 166 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn get out of. She wouldn't want to be tied down again. Not to me or anyone. It was reckless. It was ruinous, and I have no one to blame for it except my own damn self. My phone buzzes in the bedroom again, and I feel my jaw clench, my fists tighten. Who in the hell needs to call 3 times in a row? It's not going to be LaTisha, that's for damn sure. It rings through, and I can hear the sound of the rain on the windows again, undisturbed, drumming out the anger. And then the vibration starts for the 4th time. God damn it. I charge into the bedroom, pissed, hurt, ready to snap the stupid phone in half. I don't even look at the number before accepting the call, which is a mistake. What? Don't you take that ridiculous tone with me, bastardo. Stefano, freaking perfect. I thought I made it clear we were done. He laughs, that roaring Italian laugh that reminds me so much of my father. You think I'm going to let a little pile like you take my company from me? You think some little update to the bylaws is going to keep me out? I try to keep the reins on my anger, but it's bubbling up hard and fast. LaTisha's stockings, her garter belt, her ruined dress from yesterday, they're scattered all over my fior. And she may never come back for them. I'm so sick and tired of people never coming back. You're out, Vecchio. Take it to court if you've got a complaint and lose my number. I go to hang up. Figlio di Soccola. You think I don't have people in the courts? What did you just call me? I called you what you are. You're a traitor to this family, and so was your whore mother. I feel myself drop into a combat mindset. My ears go sensitive, canceling out the sound of the rain to focus on voices, movement. Brandy is tossing in her sleep in her room. Shonda is turning a page in a book. My breathing is slowing to a calm, steady pace. My phone groans as my hand clenches around it. Crap. I'm going to be the end of you, old man. I'm going to scratch your name, ever paper and place and thought it's ever been attached to. I'm going to drag this family up out of the pit you put us in. The only pit this family has been in is the ravine where your idiota father drove your Troya mother over. You should have been in that car. Would have saved me the trouble of trying to beat the descent out of you. The only whore in this family is you. You'd do anything for another dollar, Coleone. Vaffanculo. 168 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. No, you listen to me, you drunk, heartless son of the devil. My mother was only in that car because you used your wife as a punching bag, and she called crying for help. I answered the phone. I heard what you called her. What you did to her. Ti sei bevuto il cervello. And my mother, rest her angelic soul, went to save that woman's life. She and her husband went out in the worst storm in 50 years to get your diabolish hands. Oh, that poor woman. They died because you've never thought of anyone but yourself. Enough sei un cretino. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You do. Somewhere in that self-obsessed head of yours, you dope, and I hope it tortures you, Zio. Pezzo di merda. For a man obsessed with image, you're really awful at seeing the big picture. He goes silent for a second, and I know that silence. It came right before he used to hit me, right after a wife said something he didn't like, right after someone backed him into a corner. A dangerous silence. Yeah, well, you made sure I was dangerous too. Hooya. Do your worst, Scardina. You've got nothing left but me, and I'm going to be the one to bury you, one way or another. Some growling bit of Italian rolls through the phone, and I don't bother listening to it before I hang up. I rub a hand over my face, push the long strands of my hair back, throw my phone onto the bed. Crap. My hands are shaking, clenching and unclenching. I need water, protein, probably some bread or something. Anything to absorb the adrenaline, sugar it out. I turn toward the door and see the girls' faces peeking through the crack, one stacked on top of another like it's a cartoon. They gasp as soon as I see them and disappear. The shouting probably woke them up. Damn it. I take a deep breath, trying to force myself out of the combat cool in my head. It's peaceful like this, unhurting. No emotions to cloud my judgment or overwhelm me. Just energy. All this energy, ready to get up and go. I run my hand over my face again. Man, but I wish LaTisha were here. We could screw all this energy out. tune into each other again. She'd know what to do. But right now, I'm all there is. I grab a shirt from my dresser and force myself to go take care of my girls.
Chapter 29. LaTisha. My mother has a favorite coffee shop in every city, and I know all of them. In New York, it's Plowshares on Broadway. She's got the same black and silver shoulder-length politician bob I remember from her, although there's a lot more silver than the last time I saw her. Her face is just as composed and friendly. She sips her coffee in that graceful way I've always wished I could emulate, but I just chug the stuff. I don't know how she survived 4 daughters more or less on her own for a large chunk of our childhood. The twins are enough to run me ragged, and they're angels unless provoked. She's got a cappuccino waiting for me, steam still rising from the white cup as I slide into the seat across from her. She assesses me, gaze cool, no smile in sight. Good old mom, like a closed book. And here I thought Evelyn would rather have you dead than on the subway. Diving right in, I see. I try to plaster a smile on my face. I try to be the good kid, the kid that's no trouble. LaTisha freaking Baker with her picture-perfect life. No need for anyone to worry. I'll see you for every other holiday, and you can forget about me the rest of the time. But it just won't come. My mouth wavers. My eyes fill with tears. My heart hurts. And I hold on to my coat with both hands, hoping against hope that it'll keep me steady. Mom looks me over again, and I see her congresswoman face fall into something a little friendlier, a little more maternal, something like what I remember checking out skinned knees and finished art projects. Looks like I should have made it Irish Bunny. The childhood nickname's what really breaks me. I call Shonda and Brandy Bunny when I put them down to sleep, because that's what my mom always called me. The tears well up. My chin trembles. And then the levee breaks. I spill my guts like I haven't since grade school. All of it comes out. Trent, Evelyn, John Mayer, Disney World, the nanny, my girls, the proposal, all of it. The whole mess that I've gotten myself into. And Corbin. God, I tell her everything about Corbin. From the color of his eyes to the mole on his ankle, to how good he makes me feel in bed. Please, God, just let me shut up. My coffee's cold by the time I finish. I've picked the muffin Mom slid over to me into pieces, nervous fingers needing something to do. The morning rush at the shop has come and gone, and my mother has stayed her unflappable, political, constituent-ready self through all of it. She takes a breath and lets out the deepest sigh I've ever heard from her. And that's all of it? I nod, finally, blessedly able to stop talking. I wipe at my nose. Mom clucks her tongue, hands me a napkin, and then she begins. Have I ever told you about how your father proposed? I blink once, twice. I fully expected her to dive into Evelyn first. Tell me how stupid I've been about all of this. Mom's a contract lawyer, or she was. Before she got so good at it, they made her a DA, and then her political ambitions took offy. I blink a third time. No. You don't really, talk about your father? She looks out the window, spinning her wedding ring on her finger. The index, not the ring. She had it resized after the divorce. I don't know why she keeps it on, honestly. I don't know a lot of things about my mom, I'm realizing. I've never told you about the proposal because there wasn't one. I look down at her finger again, at the solitaire diamond sitting just under the plain gold band. Then she sighs again, lays a hand on her cheek. Alarm klaxons go off in my head, an obvious sign of distress. From Mom? Abandoned ship? I had to hound your father about getting married for years. He didn't think it was worthwhile. We didn't need the tax benefits to keep our money safe. He didn't think entangling ourselves was the right choice. He hated the whole institution, on and on. I stare at her in disbelief. You gotta understand, LaTisha, that during the civil rights we focused on that, nothing else. We were all full of Black power independence. Some of us were very militant. We knew people who were wanted by the FBI. Your father didn't believe that true revolutionaries would allow themselves to be shackled by white institutions and beliefs about marriage. But love and marriage, that's not a white thing. It's not a Black thing either. It's a love thing. She looks back to me, those same brown eyes as mine piercing into me. I had to propose to him. She holds up her hands, the high polish of both bands shining even in the light of the gray morning outside. That's why I keep them. That's why I still wear them, Bunny, because they're mine. I think back to Mom and Dad's marriage, the fights, the ambition, the complete conflict of personalities, the way they loved all four of us and couldn't seem to stand each other unless someone was on their third glass of wine. Why wouldn't you just find someone else? She looked back out the window, smiling at a border collie that sniffs at the window while his owner pulls the coffee shop door open. Because I wanted a family. I wanted you girls, all four of you. I knew he'd be a good father. And because I wanted a political career, at some point, and you need a lasting marriage, a young marriage, for that. I was getting older. I didn't want to have to find somebody else, and your father and I were very, please don't say sexual, or passionate, or whatever other gross mom thing might come up. Please, please, please. Compatible. She takes a sip of her coffee. Just not for each other's goals. I look down at my hands, suddenly ashamed. Each other's goals. I don't even know if I've ever had goals, besides keeping the peace. I know I wasn't around much, she tells me. I prioritized work. I prioritized myself, almost religiously. After spending all our time organizing for social justice, getting elected to keep doing this work seemed like the only thing to do. I dove into it. I volunteered. I ran for office. I became important, like I wanted to prove your father right about everything. And I know the reason I didn't know about any of this, these entanglements with Evelyn, the contracts with Trent, is because there's not much trust between us. She takes my hand, and I feel the tears welling up again. But dear, do you remember the 3 years of hounding you did with Trent? All the arguments he made against it? Do you remember that pawn shop you and Tyla went to, in Wyoming of all places? The car broke down on the way back from school. Yes. And you bought yourself an engagement ring. Why? I used the napkin she handed me to dab at my nose again, because I was tired of creepy men, because I was tired of being introduced as the girlfriend, because it had been 3 years and I spent every waking moment with him, doing what he wanted, taking care of him, trying to make him happy, because I left everything behind because he said he loved me, my dreams, my degree, my future. And he wouldn't prove that it meant something to him. So I had to prove it to myself. And here I was, running away from a man who put himself on one knee with no proof he'd be accepted, who asked me to be with him forever, who'd rearranged his entire life, opened his home so that he could protect me. Corbin had asked me over and over again to let him take care of me, of my girls, to keep us safe. God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been a fool. Okay, I tell my mother. Okay, I take the point. It's just, even without the fear, it doesn't feel right. I don't know how I can belong with someone when I don't even belong to myself right now. She sits back in her seat, arms crossed, spine straight. I swear I feel the heat drain out of the room. Watch the lights dim. Slowly, surely. My mother's mouth splits into a grin. It's the politician smile. The shark-toothed smile. The one that says there's gonna be blood in the water and cries in the air. Go get your girls, Bunny, and meet me at Evelyn's office. Her chin tilts down just a bit, and I think I can see the res of hell in her eyes. We've got a score to settle.
Chapter 30. Corbin. I've been held at gunpoints that were less worrying than this. Brandy has got me held at the end of her wand, poised protectively in front of Shonda, who'd been making potions out of last night's pesto leftover and old light bulbs, chanting in something that sounds very like Italian, so probably Latin. I don't know how the hell a 7-year-old learns Latin. Don't know how they get a hand-carved UV-sensitive wand either, or the condense to wield it at a stranger. I put my hands up by my head. Did your mom help you carve that, Brandy? Silence, Tridorfi. I'm getting a little tired of being called that today. Where is she? Shonda demands. Potion finished, apparently. I see the yolk of an egg float by against the glass of the light bulb. Your mom had to run an errand, babe. She left me to take care of you. Liar! Mommy promised she wouldn't leave anymore. Why were you yelling at her like that? You better tell the truth or I'll curse you. I go to rub at my temples and the headache forming there, and Brandy brandishes the wand threateningly. She's got better hostage instincts than some of the men I trained. I'm sorry I was so loud, girls, but I wasn't yelling at your mom. I was, disagreeing with my evil uncle. Shonda's hand drops a little and her eyes soften. You have a monster-in-law too? Brandy raises the wand as high as it'll go, leveled at my peak just about. Don't let him fool you, Ro. These are ingratiating tactics? Silence, betrayer. Brandy, maybe he's telling the truth. Brandy turns around, waving the wand in front of Shonda's face. It only glows when there's a lie, remember? Mommy did the incantation herself. Maybe not the best hostage instincts then. Shonda's jaw sets and her eyes steel. Mommy wouldn't fail us. No, she wouldn't. Brandy turns back to me, stabbing the wand in my direction, backing me up. There's a split second of opening, surprisingly small for a 7-year-old, and my fight instincts kick in before my negotiation training does. I snatch the wand. My hand gets immediately zapped with static, and I hiss, dropping the wand. What the hell? Is it a damn taser? Get him! Shonda roars a war cry in response as Brandy dives for the wand. I see 3 of those little shotgun pieces, the prank ones, taped along the bottom of the wand just before Shonda's potion nails me in the forehead, shattering to spill egg, cold pesto, and glass shards down my front. Another one hits me in the shoulder, and another in the chest. Brandy tackles my leg, unbalancing me a little, vicious for a 7-year-old. I yelp as she shoves the wand into my junk, shocking me in the nuts. I fall on my ass and barely avoid the snap of her teeth. And then it's over. 2 vicious 7-year-olds lay into me, pull on my hair, come within range to get grabbed and new-guyed, zap me with that damn glowing sting wand of theirs. And I'm lucky I'm so far away from war zones and did my PTSD therapy until they told me I didn't need to come back. Because this is a battle royale, and I'm honestly surprised to find myself firmly out of my combat mindset. We're rolling around on the fjord, girls screaming betrayer and monster, me trying to calm them down from their tantrum when I hear the creak of hinges on my front door. We all stop the melee, looking up from our various tangled, grappled places. The door drifts open, and there she is. Black hair, brown eyes, my least favorite blue dress shirt making her look like she just stepped Ophi a runway. Her eyes are clear, bright. She looks ready to kill a man. Hopefully not me, although I'm convinced in that moment that if anything's going to take me out, I hope it's her. God, she looks perfect. Heartbreaking. I've never been sorrier for messing up in my life. LaTisha, I start, ready to get down on my knees and beg forgiveness. Mommy! The girls shout as one, racing over to get affection. LaTisha doesn't even look at me, stooping to scoop her girls up in a hug. They pepper her with questions over the top of each other, finishing each other's sentences uncannily, only stopping to giggle when LaTisha smooches their foreheads and crushes them in a hug. And then she looks at me, scratched up from the little shards of glass on me, covered in green and yellow goo, some of my hair probably sticking up wildly from where the girls tugged on it. Her eyes slide away from mine almost as soon as they meet. "Hummer, I'm so sorry." She clears her throat, stands from where she was cuddling the girls. "Get cleaned up, everyone. There's no time to waste. The cavalry's here." The girls both chirp an okay and scurry off to get their dresses wiped off. I'm not sure how they avoided all the gunk in the fight, but they did. Precious little monsters. And that just leaves me and LaTisha alone in the silence and the rain again. We both pause, catching ourselves as we start to speak at the same time. I feel my mouth twist in that self-recriminating smile they tried to train out of me in the SEALs, and gesture for her to go. God, but I'm ashamed of myself. "No, go ahead," she says, and I feel it stab me right in the heart. Her tone's harder, powerful. I don't know where she went, what she did, but she came back the woman who didn't need or want anything but a place in the quiet. That first night, game face on, disguise in place, surrounded by the full power of her mystery and majesty. "So you're a poet now? For her?" "Yeah, I would be." "I'm sorry," I start. "That was absolutely inappropriate, and I should have known better. We can forget it." "I don't want to forget it," she says, and my brain maps the faintest tinge of breathless want into her voice. "Stop it. Don't delude yourself." "That's fair. There's not really any going back after." I swallow down the fear in my voice, clear my throat. After a mistake like that. My mistake. There's a moment of quiet, and then her heels click closer. 4, 5 steps, until I can see those killer legs slinking up into my dress shirt. At this rate, it's going to be hers, and I'm fine with that. God, she's gorgeous. "I'm sorry," I whisper, too afraid to break the moment by raising my voice. The girls giggle in the bathroom down the hall, the rain beats on the window, and my heart nearly stops as she raises a hand to my face. She wipes a bit of pesto off my cheekbone. "I'm sorry, too. That was not the response I wanted to give you." I swallow down the hope again. Her eyes meet mine through her lashes, and her mouth drops open. There's the patter of little feet down the hall, and LaTisha's face gets nervous, urgent. The giggles grow closer, and she doesn't finish her sentence. She yanks me down, soft lips meeting mine, and draws me into the hottest, neediest kiss of my life. There are eggshells in my hair, olive oil making its way through the hair on my stomach, glass bits still stuck in my back, and I don't care. I don't give a damn. I give in, wanting to imprint this glorious woman onto my bones, to never forget this feeling. "You. Gross." And then the moment breaks. She chuckles a little, eyes firing open slowly. "Go get cleaned up," she whispers against my lips. "We have to get to the monster-in-law's lair ASAP." I do as she says, hearing bloodthirsty chants of "Final Showdown" and wicked little laughs the whole way to my shower.
Chapter 31. LaTisha. I'm going into contract renegotiations with 2 7-year-olds, a man that's maybe my boyfriend, maybe my fiancé, maybe my chic ex if he doesn't want me back, no bra under my stolen shirt dress, and my mother, who I haven't seen in probably 5 years. Waiting, probably sipping on the strongest black tea Evelyn's office holds. But I winged my eyeliner sharp enough to kill a man, so you know what? I'm armed and dangerous. Nothing's going to stop me, not even the absurdity of seeing my 2 little witches spilling out of the back of a bright yellow Lamborghini, armed to the teeth with bandoliers of potions, doing their best Scarface accents. Life's weird. My little family's weird, and I love it. The lobby attendant gestures to the elevator when I get in. Evelyn's expecting us, apparently. We pile in, and the 10 fjords take too long, every chime chipping away at my resolve and confidence. Evelyn's secretary, Chelsea, waves at the girls as she always does. If her conversations with her husband on speaker are anything to go by, she's baby crazy, and she loves the girls. Then she leads us back to the dragon's lair and hisses that my mother stole her Earl Grey as we pass through the glass portal, taking us into Evelyn's domain. Whatever shine she takes to my girls has never been applicable to me. My mom's in one of Evelyn's transparent chairs, sitting in front of Evelyn's transparent desk, sipping deep, dark tea from a transparent teacup on a transparent saucer. Evelyn looks mightily uncomfortable, like they've been in silence since Mom got here. That'd be her kind of power move. Evelyn's eyes snap to me the second I actually walk through the door. Wouldn't do to screech through it. That would be undignified. And she opens her mouth to spit something vicious. "Ah, excellent," my mom interrupts her. "My client, we can begin." "Begin what, exactly?" Evelyn demands, full of venom. My mother waves me to the chair next to her, takes another sip of her tea, no longer steaming, she's been here a while, and also finds Chelsea's prized Earl Grey blend pretty disappointing, if she's let it go cold. She sets her cup back on its glass saucer with a 186 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Prim little Chinkfy and I look behind me to see Corbin at the door to the office, in full military rest. The girls look up at his posture and mirror him. God, but he's pretty like that. And the girls have taken to him so well, it's unbelievable. I can't believe I ran away from this. Contract renegotiations, of course. My client's contract entered its renewal period over 4 years ago. Didn't it, Miss Parkins? She's more than entitled to renegotiation, and we appreciate your willingness to produce the documents. My mother waits. Evelyn doesn't move. My mother arches a brow. Evelyn's knuckles go white. My mother taps a nail against her thigh. "You do have the documents, don't you, Miss Parkins?" The contract would be retroactively void, and a civil suit for earnings and damages would be in order if you couldn't produce an original signed copy, as I'm sure your legal department has informed you. "I have been made aware," Evelyn sneers, "but I don't negotiate with clients' mothers, Miss Baker." That's Congresswoman Baker, actually. 3 terms, headed into a 4th if my constituents continue to find my work in their best interests. Or you could call me Counselor Baker, I suppose. I'm still consulting on cases for my law firm. You may have heard of them. Burke and Style? Evelyn's face goes white. Mine eyes widen, and I hear an impressed little huff from Corbin behind me. I knew my mom was a lawyer when I was growing up, but I didn't know it was for the leading contracts firm in the world. Jesus, I would have done this years ago if I'd known. I thought I want to make the world a better place was code for. I couldn't hack it at my law firm when I was 17 and, well, rebelling, if I'm honest. Why the hell haven't I been talking to my family all those years? Wasted. All that pain. God, my girls, how could I have done that to them? Maybe Evelyn is right. Evelyn's face has turned that angry shade of puce that she gets under her foundation when she's well and truly pissed. I hear Brandy snicker behind me. No, she's not right. It's done, and we move on. Of course I have it, Evelyn snaps. Wonderful, Mom says. And then, as Evelyn doesn't move to the filing cabinets in the back corner of her office, "Of course, I'll need you to produce the document to confirm that statement. I'll remind you that this is the second time I've asked you for it. On record." She nods toward the desk, and I see her phone on Evelyn's desk, hidden behind her teacup. Recording. Holy crap, Mom. Evelyn's eyes strike at the phone like a cobra. I didn't give my consent to be recorded. Mom smiles. You did, actually. When the camera in the corner behind you adjusted to watch me when I came in. Interesting placement for an active recording. 188 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Device in a ficus, almost like you've got something to hide. Evelyn's knuckles go white. I don't need your consent to record a conversation, which is already being surveilled. Now, For the third and final time, as established under the 3 strikes precedent in every major court in the country, please produce all legally binding documentation relating to my client. Or we can call this quits for the day, and I'll come back with a court order. And likely some interested reporters. You know how court filings go. Evelyn surges to her feet, office chair rolling away behind her. She snarls a little, vein throbbing in her forehead. My mother just sips her tea. Girls, why don't you go see if Chelsea will share any of that lavender perfume you guys like so much? There are 2 excited little gasps behind me. Better to have scent headaches until it wears off than to have them here for this, A shock-a-lips is the only word that comes to mind again. Really? Shonda asks, and I can see the shine of hope in her eyes. Come on, Brandy whispers, before she changes her mind. They're not going anywhere. I think I hear my spine creak as I turn to look at Evelyn, vertebrae grinding together. I'm sorry. I seem to remember being the girl's mother, not you. You're no more fit to be a mother than you were to be a wife. And you're no more fit to be a guardian than your shifty, smuggling criminal son. Don't you bring Trent into this, you homewrecker. Girls, go to Chelsea. How dare you even say his name, you hussy, you absolute whore of a woman? Corbin, take them out. Go ahead, have your pimp aid and abet child endangerment. See how the courts like it? My mother stands, slaps her hands on Evelyn's desk, fast enough that Evelyn stumbles back, scared. It's easy to forget my mom's there when she wants it that way. She used to catch us sneaking out of the house like that all the time. She's always seemed more like a spy than a congresswoman. Girls, go to Chelsea, she says, perfectly calm. Face unchanged from the peaceful, tea-sipping demeanor she's had this whole time. The girls file out with a wicked little light in their eyes, one I don't like one bit, but it's better than having them here. Corbin, if you'll kindly stay by the door, and Evelyn, for the last time, produce my client's contract and divorce papers, or I will have you served with a subpoena before you can decide what brand of cotton balls to eat for lunch.
Chapter 32. Corbin. LaTisha's mother is terrifying, and this is a hell of a way to meet your in-laws, girlfriend's parents, the prosecutor who's liable to demolish my life if LaTisha doesn't want me back. She's perched in Evelyn's overpriced resin and fiberglass Philippe Stark knockoffs, reading glasses perched on her nose, one leg crossed elegantly, scratching out what looks like 19/20ths S of LaTisha's contract. She may be leaving only the conjunctions intact. Every scratch makes Evelyn's claw-like nails sink deeper and deeper into her fists. LaTisha's spine's getting straighter and straighter, more and more tense. She's reading like an AWOL risk in my old unit. She's been through too much. Needs a break. I wish I could give it to her. LaTisha's mother flips the last page of LaTisha's contract after a solid 15 minutes of silence. She didn't even bother reading past the second page of the divorce agreement, slashing through each page with her pen after she clucked her tongue and shook her head. The contract got a little more attention, probably because it was 4 times as long and sneakier about wording. Evelyn flinches every so often, like she knows Congresswoman Baker found something hidden and nasty. She scratches through the last 10 or so lines of the contract, writes a nice, big, blocky void across the signature lines, and tosses the contract down on the Evelyn's desk without even jostling her tea. Here's what's going to happen. Evelyn looks about as ready to blow as a grenade. Congresswoman Baker waves her hand over the contract. This whole mess is going to be null and void. Not only are a solid third of the stipulations objectively illegal, but this contract is clearly not carried out in good faith. And that divorce agreement. She clicks her tongue. That's just not going to do, Evelyn. Since you didn't produce the prenuptial agreement you refer to so very frequently in the divorce agreement, I'm going to assume it doesn't exist. And in that case, we'll be pursuing an annulment. If you think I'm going to stand for this condescension, You're sitting, Evelyn, and you do well to stay seated because you might pass out when I tell you the amount of money we'll be expecting in overdue child support. 192 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Child support. Evelyn scoffs, rolls her eyes to the ceiling, slumps back in the chair like she's won. You think any court in this state is going to leave those children with a woman who abandoned her daughters on their birthday to attend a drug-fueled orgy outside of Bangkok? No one could find her for days. That's outright neglect, if not child endangerment and reckless abandonment. I had to break down the door to her apartment to rescue those poor girls. You wouldn't have had to do any of that if you just told the nanny you were coming, or hadn't booked me for an appearance when you swore you wouldn't, you heinous. LaTisha. Well, at least I know where LaTisha gets her mom tone from now. The congresswoman's cools me down better than a drill sergeant's, and I'm holding myself back from taking Evelyn out with the last thread of my control. Is any of that true? She looks to her mother, aghast, and I start sizing up the congresswoman to see if I could take her. Something tells me it'd be a harder fight than I expected. Are you actually asking me that? You think I'd endanger my girls? Jesus, Mom. The congresswoman taps her phone, pauses the recording. There's a silent moment as she seems to deliberate. Don't do it. Don't leave her alone. She's been afraid. Don't do it. Don't leave her alone. She's been afraid you wouldn't believe her this whole time. But the congresswoman stands, takes her phone, and stands in front of me, waiting for me to move aside. Believe her, my eyes say. My jaw, my shoulder, my soul. Don't do this. But the congresswoman's eyes give nothing away. Step aside, Mr. Malizia. How the hell does she know my last name? It doesn't matter. I can't keep her here. I can't make her help us. I stand aside. She leaves the office silently, and I see LaTisha's heart shatter. No. Screw this. To hell with all of this. I'm around across the office in 3 strides. I stroke my hand over LaTisha's shoulder as I pass. Maybe the last gentle touch I'll get after I'm done with Evelyn. There's no control anymore. Just the cold focus of combat, of objectives, of threat assessments. Evelyn's the biggest threat there is to my girls, and I'm done trying to eliminate it creatively. Corbin, I know LaTisha wants me to stop, but I can hear the desolation in her voice, and I'm not having it anymore. We're done with all this pain. I promised her I'd take care of her, and I will. We're going to be free. You're a rancid bitch, you know that? I square up with Evelyn, get in her space. She's a brave woman, this bitch. She doesn't flinch even though I'm already figuring how I could snap her. 194 Tyla Walker and Vixa Vaughn. Bird-like joints, even though I'm about 3 times as wide and 6 inches taller than her. She's been with me this whole time. You know it, I know it. That whole team of cleaners or whatever you had scrub any trace of her online knows it, and you missed something, Strega. You think you scare me with that military swagger and that bad Italian accent? I can have a petty officer on the phone in 5 minutes. Corbin, don't... That's laughable. But that figures considering you already lost your only decent bargaining chip. Those girls are people, Evelyn. Not objects, not leverage. And I will send you to hell before I'll let you near them ever again. LaTisha stands from her chair, mom voice in full force. Corbin Malizia, you will listen to me. Evelyn's lip curls and she shoves a clawed finger in my face. You stupid son of a bitch, threatening a civilian on camera. It figures that hussy would take up with some temperamental, out-of-control jarhead. I feel my teeth squeak as they grind in the clench of my jaw. He's a SEAL, Evelyn, don't make this worse. He's a menace, and you're an unfit mother. Those girls are mine. LaTisha rounds the desk. If you think I'll let you touch a hair on their heads... LaTisha, sit down. All the attention in the room snaps to the doorway, where Congresswoman Baker's standing, finishing up a call. Yes, thank you. Direct download will be fine. Yes, you too. Say hello to your son for me and tell him I still love that curly red mop of his. Yes, you too, George. Goodbye. She looks up from her phone, glances at all of us, stock still and ready to fight. Pushes her glasses up her nose and sighs. Since you like video so much, Miss Parkins, I suggest you look at the files I've just had directed to your phone. Evelyn sneers a little harder, not that it changes much on her nasty Botoxed face. Picks up her phone and sorts through the files. Pictures of LaTisha and little black-haired kids at Disney World, her niece and nephew, if I remember right. Documentation of hotel rooms, rental cars, charges for fast passes, flight manifests, impromptu selfies with fans, the whole 9 yards, including footage of her entering my building yesterday with the girls. Jesus, her mom's in with Homeland Security. Evelyn realizes this right about when I do. I see it, her whole plan crumbling before her eyes, all the court cases, the money, the victory. It makes her look even more sickly. And from the ashes, this nasty warlord gleam enters her eyes, soulless. One I've seen too many times before. One that only wants to hurt people.
Chapter 33. LaTisha. S.O., that's what you want, is it, LaTisha? Evelyn's not angry enough. She's not. Lashing out. She has something up her sleeve. She takes a step back, away from Corbin. Just to the side of her camera, so it frames us perfectly over her shoulder. I know all those tricks. She taught them to me, forced them on me. I've always respected your wishes, LaTisha. About privacy, about keeping your girls out of the limelight. And you go and sell your soul to the devil? I feel my nose wrinkle. You're the only devil I've ever met, Evelyn. She laughs. This nasty, vengeful thing. But that's all over now. The act's up, isn't it? You've always been the attention-seeking brat of a woman I thought you were, screwing your way into my boy's good graces, corrupting him. I'll add libel to the list of charges, shall I, Evelyn? My mother says, taking off her reading glasses and setting them by her newly recording phone. She starts to organize the contract and divorce papers on Evelyn's desk. Trent was a piece of crap since the day I met him, Evelyn. Trent is an angel, my angel, and you tainted him, dragged him down to your ugly, petty level. Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you, Vecchia. You get your little mobster wannabe to stand in front of you, but those girls, those perfect little girls out there, they deserve better than that. Better than your criminal, clawing, money-hungry bullcrap. That's it. That's the last disgusting, diluted straw. You think I ever cared about the money, Evelyn? Why the hell do you think I signed that insulting divorce agreement? Why do you think I never went after child support? I don't give a damn about your dirty, nasty money. You slut? No. Shut your mouth, you awful woman. You have trapped me in a golden cage for years. You've kept me prisoner, afraid, under your thumb, threatening me with custody battles, taking me away from my girls when they needed me, lauding your drug-smuggling son as he sits in prison rotting, and I raise these girls into the best people I can manage around your sabotage of my family. No more, no more. I snatch the last few pages of the contract still on. The desk stalking to the shredder at the edge of Evelyn's desk. This ends now. Don't. Evelyn tries to dodge around Corbin to stop me, and he blocks her, clearly keeping his hands off her for the camera. I wipe tears of insult, of rage, from my eyes, trying to get the stupid shredder to work. My mother comes over, lays a hand on my shoulder, and takes the contract pages from my shaking hands. I'll handle this, Bunny. God, she didn't leave me. She didn't abandon me. She didn't communicate either. Scared me half to death, but I guess I can't be mad at that. At her. I'm not one to talk about failing to communicate. But Evelyn, I can shred like my mom's shredding the papers that have kept me trapped. For years. You think my goal in life was to sell laxatives and waist binders on Instagram? You think I wanted to be on the list of the world's sexiest women? You think I wanted to be famous for being famous? Evelyn balls up her fists. I made you into the most photographed black model on the planet. I made you, you ungrateful bitch. I made your son, Evelyn. He was a spoiled loser before he gave me enough scraps of affection to make me think he was something more. It's my face in those photos, my name in the hashtags, and I did it for him. I did it all for him because I thought that's what love was. God, but I'd been such a fool, such a hurt, scared little kid. I want to cry for that little girl sometimes. I've tried to make sure that my girls never feel that way, even if it makes them hard to handle hellions. But you wouldn't know a damn thing about love, would you? The only thing you care about is money, is likes and views and the checks they bring in. Your whole life is built around monetizing shame, teaching people to hate themselves. And I'm not going to stand for it anymore. You don't stand for anything, LaTisha Baker. You're a fraud and a nasty little slut. You're a piece of work, and I'll hang you by your own words. Do it, I spit at Evelyn. The shredder's roaring in the background, drowning out my common sense. Do it. Let's see whose grave gets dug deeper, Evelyn. Come on. I will tell this story to every reporter that asks, to every follower I have, in every post I make. I'll write it in the sky. I'll tattoo it on my forehead. If it means that you don't get your poisonous claws into my girls, because I don't care about me. Evelyn shoves a bony finger at me, and Corbin catches her wrist. Liar! The only person you care about is yourself, you harlot. My girls are the only thing that matters, and I would rather die than let you near them again. I'll lay down in whatever grave you dig, Evelyn. Try me. This slimy, desperate look comes over Evelyn, and she settles into being off. Being eldritch. Limbs a little too long, too sharp, and I start to believe my girls are right about magic, about monsters, about demons. God, what is this shell of a woman? How did she get this rotten? Chelsea, she screeches. Get the press on the phone. She yanks her wrist out of Corbin's grip, goes to dodge around him, and get to the door of her office, remembering the soundproofing. He blocks her, and she rears back and punches him right in the eye. A lot of things happen at once then. Evelyn starts swinging wildly. Corbin bends his knees and settles into that precise, cold-focused military demeanor I thought was only in movies, restrains her in a hold that looks something between wrestling and kung fu. The shredder at the end of the desk whines and catches, and my mother clicks her tongue at it, rolls her eyes. And behind me, I hear the soundproofing break and the giggles of two little witches. Shonda whispers, "Ready." Brandy shouts, "Fire." There's a flash of light, and then everything goes to hell.
Chapter 34. Shonda. This is going to be our best curse yet. Brandy's aim sucks, but that's fine. I gave her the distraction bombs anyway. She chucks the goo gremlins toward Evelyn, like 10 of them. So many, all covered in little gremlin-y faces and made up special for her. They're gonna hit Corbin too, but he deserves it. He hid Mama for a while, and even though she was okay and he didn't actually kidnap her and feed her to a dragon, he still deserves some cursing. He used bad words on the phone, and I don't care if it wasn't with Mama. Besides, he's a guy and guys are gross. Evelyn's too busy being awful and caterwauling. I like that word. Nanny foretaught it to me before she had to go back to college in England to notice us. Corbin's got her elbow in his eye, so he can't probably see us, and Grandma's back is turned. If we get her too bad, we're dead meat, but it might be worth it because I think she's the reason Mama ran off crying this morning. Corbin doesn't think I heard, but I heard. Brandy, or I hear everything, always. No one's escaping our wrath today, not even Grandma, not even Mama. She sees us, heard Brandy giggling, and she's looking right at us when the flasher goes off, shooting holographic confetti everywhere. Everyone shouts and then it's on. I chuck a glitter bomb to the weird machine whining and eating paper by Grandma. Brandy misses with a goo bomb, I don't know how, and it rolls to Grandma's feet, fuse already lit. Oh well, they'll all have to be cursed then. More glitter bombs everywhere, red and green and orange and purple, fuses lit with Grandpa's old Zippo from the Navy, the one we stole out of Mama's purse. We have to put it back or we'll be in real trouble. Not that we won't already be. I chuck a glitter bomb right at Evelyn's nasty rib cage, a short fuse one so it blows up right on impact. Brandy follows it up with a stink bomb, and then she trips on the carpet and the stink bombs go rolling everywhere. Man down, man down. I dive in after her, shucking my bandolier of potions. Some of them crack, but that's fine. This is the final run, the kamikaze mission, last stand against having the ex-military billionaire's baby, 203, the evils of the monster-in-law. If we wreck her lair, we wreck her seat of power. The glitter bomb in the weird trash can finally explodes all over Grandma, and she makes this weird shock noise as the top of it blows up, jumping right through the big window behind Evelyn and shattering it into a million pieces. There's a second where Brandy and I stop throwing, just watching all the shiny bits rain down. Best curse ever. Brandy Army crawls to recover her dropped stink bombs. I slide her the Zippo like in spy movies, and she chuckles all mean as she grabs it, lighting all the fuses with each other. She chucks one after the other into different corners of the room. The weird trash can catches fire. I chuck another goo bomb at it, miss, and get the filing cabinet, and Grandma with a headless Harry chock full of decapitated gummy bears and fake blood. Grandma shouts something Mama tells us we can't say. Mama shouts back at her to watch her language. I swoop in to get my drop bandolier. Brandy is chucking the last of the bombs at Evelyn's wiggling, trapped skeleton. Corbin's got about 6 kinds of chalk on his face from the color bombs. We're running low on ammo. Brandy, I need reinforcements. She races over, waving her hat, the ones that still don't have Mommy's paint on them since Evelyn took those away and then burned them because she's a monster. Get 'em, Brandy shouts, uncorking potions and hucking them everywhere. For Mama. Girls, if you don't... But we don't hear Mama over the screech that comes from the red boxes on the wall, the flashing light. And then rain starts pouring from the ceiling, just like the runes on all the glitter bombs were meant to make it. We did it. Brandy. Nature has answered the call. I drop the bandolier, Brandy drops the Zippo, and we take each other's hands, bouncing around through the stink and smoke and mess. Evelyn defeated. It's real. Magic is real, and we're actual witches now.
Chapter 35. Corbin. Enough of this. I wrench Evelyn's elbow out of my eye socket and force it behind her, pinning her to the desk in a submission hold. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I have smoke cover and mild burns on the crotch of my pants, and my girls have been through enough. All 3 of them. LaTisha's mom gets most of the blood sacrifice away from her airway and flings a fake blood-dripping hand at the door. LaTisha! On it! LaTisha seems to have escaped most of the disaster around us. The girls wouldn't want to hit their mom. She grabs them each by the wrist and tugs them out into the lobby, bending down to their level for what looks like an epic, finger-wagging scolding through the soundproofed glass. Some machine in the corner whirs to life, and I almost reach for my gun before I realize it's the printer. Congresswoman Baker wipes at the mess on her face and then her hands, looking for a clean bit of something somewhere to get the mess off of her. She takes a couple steps over to me as the printer starts to shoofy across its first page, edges, flapping in the wind from the broken window. Congresswoman Baker wipes her hands on the back of my suit jacket, probably the only passably clean surface in the office anymore. I'm realizing, ma'am, that I don't even know your given name. She looks up at me, face still splotched with what smells like corn syrup and cocoa powder, with an assload of red food dye in it. Gives me a once-over that's far too dignified for the state of either of our clothes or the bony bitch cussing and squirming under me. The printer whirs to a stop, and I have a moment of worry about the page being whipped out the window by the wind. LaTisha's mom reaches over and grabs it as it lifts off the tray, without even looking. She gives me the final leg of her once-over, and I feel my spine straightening just a little, like it would under a commander's gaze. "Military man," she says. "Navy, from the look, though not a Marine. SEALs, probably. You've killed men, gotten men killed, been in charge of others, and had to answer to still more." She snatches another page back from the wind. "Tell me, Mr. Malizia, what makes? You think you'll be around long enough to use my given name?" Dios mío, but this woman knows everything. I don't know that I will be, ma'am, but if I know it, at least I can stop thinking about you as LaTisha's mom and understand you as a person in your own right. Evelyn bucks underneath me, what feels like a bone spike driving right into the meat of my thigh. I hiss and push her arm a little further up her back until her only two choices are dislocated or stop wiggling. Her cussing gets even more inventive for my trouble. When I look back to LaTisha's mom, she's got a gleam to her eye, a gleam that tells me I either said something right or said something very wrong, and am going to die soon. "It's Michelle Baker." "It's filthy whore!" Evelyn screeches, blood-curdling. I wish I had some duct tape to seal up her nasty mouth. Not even the fire alarm is drowning her out anymore. And then the screeching, the lights, the sprinklers, all cut out, the last bit of smoke sucked out the window, along with another page of whatever's being printed, barely saved by Michelle's agile hand. The fire alarm goes silent, and we can finally hear every foul word that floats across Evelyn's mind. "I'm going to get you. I'm going to get every single one of you. Don't you think this is over? This will never be over. You're going to wish you were dead, you wretched bitch. Do you understand me? Dead. Enough." I lean down real close to Evelyn, tighten the submission hold a little bit. She lets out a screech like she's dying, or melting. "You're not the wicked witch, Evelyn, so I suggest you stop carrying on and listen to me. You've got bigger things to worry about than revenge, because you come anywhere near my girls or my family again, I'll have your firm underwater so fast you won't even be able to gasp for breath. And you say another bad thing about Congresswoman Baker, public or private, you will have much bigger, more personal concerns than just losing a business. Capiche?" Michelle comes around the desk and reaches for one of the paper clips scattered over the surface, right in front of Evelyn's nose. Slides it on the 10 or so pages she'd rescued from the high winds still whistling past us, and then flips the stack open to the back page. "Sign." It's an order. A demand in a tone that tells me she's been up close and personal with a high-ranking naval officer. Probably how she sized me up so well. Evelyn spits at her. I hike her arm up her back a little more until I can feel the joint straining. She shouts in pain, starts swearing a blue streak again. "What is that, anyway?" I ask Michelle. "Contract release. All the I's dotted and T's crossed from my good friends at Burke and Stiles. They got that to you in 10 minutes. She looks at me, and I swear I've seen the same just slightly condescending look on LaTisha a couple of times. "We're very good friends, Mr. Malizia." Something tells me that's not a euphemism for sex, and actually means something involving more corpses and unmarked graves. God, this woman scares me. But not Evelyn. She stays pressed to the desk, pitching a fit, kicking and screaming as much as she can, fighting hard for a solid 5 or 6 minutes. Longer than I expected from her. Most grown men quiet after only a minute or two of not getting out. But Evelyn's got all that money-hungry rage on her side, and that drives people in all sorts of ways. In the end, she's muttering despondently, "I'll get you. I'll end you." Michelle shoves a pen into her hand, lines it up with the signature line on the paper, and Evelyn signs it, jerkily, tearily, but of her own free will. Michelle gathers up the contract, takes a picture of it to send over to her lawyer friends, and that's about the time that LaTisha makes it back in, two very scolded-looking twins in tow, unapologetic smiles splitting their tiny angelic faces. Monsters. My monsters. I ruffle their hair, which makes both Brandy and Shonda bat at my hands and make little complaining noises. But I've only got eyes for LaTisha. I slide in close, wrap my arm around her waist, and take in the smell of her, the warmth, the softness. God, my perfect woman. You're free, Hummer. You're finally free. She pulls back to look at me, shock written all over her face. What? Or you will be as soon as the firm gets the trademarks and accounts changed to your name. Normally that takes months, but I'd give it 2 days, tops. The stapler in Michelle's hand clicks viciously as she seals the pages together, and her heels still manage to click sharply despite the absolute minefield of glue on the floor. She presses the signed contract release into LaTisha's stunned hand. You're free, Bunny. Don't be a stranger anymore. She looks between the contract, the disappearing form of her mother, and her girls, and then me. The hope in her eyes is so tender, so fragile. She throws herself into my arms, and I do my best to feed it with my love, my hands, my kiss. Gross, Brandy says. Shonda just sighs like she's seen the most romantic fairy tale in the world. And then the elevator dings, and I can hear the press clamoring into the office, cameras flashing and questions falling out of their mouth as they flood into the smoking, stinking, glittered remains of my woman's victory. I guess Evelyn's assistant really did call the press after all. LaTisha's face twists into a wry smile. If it's not on. Instagram, did it even really happen? Guess we've got to find out. I push open the office door and we go to face the music.
Chapter 36. LaTisha. Between the press, the mess, the firemen, and the police inquiry into why half a shredder, covered in what looked like blood, came flying out of a 10th-story window, we don't get away from Evelyn's building until mid-afternoon. But we do get to see Evelyn getting dragged away for cuffs and questioning, and that's the second most beautiful moment in my life, right after the birth of my twins. Then the girls are hungry, and we have to get them food. And then there's the debate of staying at my old house or not, which Corbin wins because he has 2 milkshake-high 7-year-olds to back him up in saying that we're staying with him forever and ever. I've never seen a grown man join in on a please so well. Looks like I get 3D sound instead of just stereo now. All right, I say. Okay, but we're going back to our house for clothes. I need underwear. Corbin is very lucky that his muttered little, "No, you don't," is covered up by the girls' victory shouts. I smack him on the shoulder anyway. When we get to the house, it's exactly as the girls left it, when Evelyn snatched them away, only a couple days ago. Metallic wrapping paper in shreds all over, plants meticulously watered and weeded, boxes crushed, pots stacked neatly, and cake left out on the counter, on plates, on forks still. She really did rip them out of what they were doing. I slide all of it in the trash. God, but all of this was preventable. If I'd just talked to my family, trusted them. We pack up enough things to hold us over as quick as we can, with Corbin standing guard by the door at my behest the entire time. But I'm still jumpy, tired, feeling watched. God, this place will never feel like a home again, even if Evelyn never so much as thinks of my family for the rest of her life. And something tells me that she's not convinced this is over, even though it is. It really is. I find the girls asleep mid-pack when I go to check on them, probably wiped out from the excitement and crashing from their sugar high. I bundle up their things, and Corbin and I carry them to the car as gently as we can. And then there's just him and me in silence for the whole drive up Manhattan to his penthouse. And I have no idea what to say to him. I'm sorry for running screaming when you told me you wanted to spend our lives together. I try out as we carry Shonda and Brandy up to the elevator. I love you, please take me back, I think as I get Brandy washed up and put into bed. No, it was all a joke. I was kidding. Of course we can get married. I test as I wash Shonda's hair and get her toweled off, watch her trundle sleepily to her room down the hall. God, but I wish I knew how to disappear like my mother does. There'd been neither hide nor hair of her by the time the press arrived, which made sense, especially in a re-election year, but God, I could have used some frickin' advice about this mess. Not that my mom knew much about repairing relationships, but still. I check on the girls, give them both a kiss on the forehead, and threaten them with an even worse curse than the one they put on Evelyn if they make trouble for Corbin or get up to more nonsense. Shonda yawns, nods, and rolls over. Brandy just says, "Okay, Mama, if you say so," and rolls over, clearly thinking I'm funny. I don't know how I'm going to survive when they're teenagers. The sass is already skyrocketing, and they're barely in numbered grades. I check around the apartment for Corbin, and I'll admit, I do it kind of sneakily, in a way that almost guarantees I won't find him. I don't know what the hell to say, how to feel, if I'm ever going to be ready for the conversation we need to have. I managed to avoid him all the way to the shower in his bathroom, and God, but there's no other bed, is there? We're going to have to do this now, before either of us sleep, before I have a chance to rip my heart out to prove how sorry I am, or he has a chance to file a restraining order. I'll add it to the list of regrets, I guess. I turn the shower as hot as I can stand, let it steam up the room and trick me into thinking that the rest of the world isn't real, that there's nothing to be scared of, that I didn't believe Evelyn about being a bad mother, that there's not a little part of me that still does believe her, even now. I get myself as clean as I'm going to be, considering how much glitter was airborne, and then I just stand there, overwhelmed by the world in front of me and not knowing what the hell I'm going to do. And then the bathroom door opens. There's the pad of bare feet, the click of a belt being undone, clothing stripped. No sound over that. I try to tell myself to be scared, find a weapon, that it can't be Corbin. He wouldn't come near me, not after all this. Not even if he called me Hummer and twirled me around like he fought a dragon to get back to me. That's a fairy tale. That's an Instagram story. That's a very naked man stepping into the shower across from me, with a look in his eyes that says he wants to feast on me. "Corbin, LaTisha," he says, coming closer, backing me up with the sheer aura of him. The predator's grace, the intensity. He locks his eyes on mine and won't let go. I start, but I can't finish. I don't even know what I was trying to say. He steps over the cool marble, through the rain shower head, and out again, glistening with drops of water, framed by all this cool, perfect stone, and, oh my God. And harder than it, apparently. I lick my lips, swallow to get my voice to work again, and he just keeps getting closer and closer, like you're going to. Coming and coming, like you're going to. And then his hand glides over the side of my neck, over my pounding pulse, and I feel like my brain falls out of my head. No more "we should talk." No more "I'm so sorry you got dragged into this." No more "we'll be out in the morning." He shifts his hold to the back of my neck, tightens it, until I feel wanted, needed, loved, and he drags my lips, my hips, my soul to him. And I'm lost.
Chapter 37. Corbin. I set a couple perimeter alarms around the apartment and thought of LaTisha's smile, her gorgeous face. I got the girls' things settled into their dressers and their suitcases put away, and thought of LaTisha's laugh, the way she puts her hand on her stomach about it sometimes, right over that scar Evelyn worked so hard to wipe away. I got LaTisha's things settled in the dresser next to mine, tucked some dresses into the closet, and thought of how I wanted the rest of our lives to see her in all of them, and to see what she looked like when I took them off of her. I stripped my belt off and thought of that hope in her eyes, tugged off my shirt and thought of her asleep next to me in my bed, tugged off my pants, and caught the scent of conditioner she uses in her hair, the one I remember from that night on the yacht. I heard her say my name, and my control evaporated. Just as you might have expected, this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. Not to worry. Slide over to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 to find all the juicy details on our lovers. Back to it. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 38. LaTisha. Just as you suspected, our lovers can't get enough of each other, and neither can we. Visit TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 to catch up on what you might otherwise miss. Thanks for reading.
Chapter 39. Corbin. I'm staring down 3 equally terrifying versions of LaTisha, all very seriously considering me as an enemy combatant. I thought LaTisha's mom was scary. She's got nothing on the 3 Furies in front of me. Twyla's got her arms crossed, strong Baker's forearms looking like they could choke me out. Daquanda's staring at me over the rim of her designer sunglasses like I'm a bug that just crawled into her martini. And Jasmine? Jasmine wouldn't be quite as scary if her husband, Jake, wasn't taller and broader shouldered than I am, and if his clap on my shoulder hadn't managed to rock me. He looks at her like she set the moon in the sky. "They'll warm up to you," he says. "We already warmed up to him," Tyla says. And then he tried sneaking into LaTisha's dressing room, Daquanda finishes. Things have been getting better between LaTisha and her family in the last 2 months. There were a lot of questions and hurt feelings surrounding the Evelyn thing and how she kept it to herself. I've been in LaTisha's corner. The rest of her family have not always been. So there's a little friction. I'm not the family favorite like Jake is, but the kids all love each other, and I get along with the sisters as best I can. They're good people, and I get how this could drive a family apart. Luckily for me, I don't have to worry about that anymore. My husband lost his court case about Peerlight. Skylar's got the reins for the company, and I'm free to handle the money and investments and never talk to my uncle or his clients ever again. It's looking like it's going to be a very Merry Christmas this year. So I behave with the family, crack jokes, ingratiate myself, give my girl and I some of that good PR with the in-laws. At least until today I did. I swear, they were all in other rooms. I don't know how they knew I knocked on her door. I haven't seen LaTisha in over a day. That's the longest we've been apart since we ran into each other on the stairs of Parkins Corp. I intended for that to be the last time we spent more than a couple of hours apart. I promised her that. Her family doesn't know it yet, but LaTisha's pregnant, and the mess of her last pregnancy, spent without her ex, the pit stain, has left her with some hang-ups. Some fears. Some fears I'm not about to make any worse because of superstition. "It's bad luck," Jasmine insists. "It's my choice," LaTisha shouts through the door. "Sweetie, you're not thinking clearly. This is like opposite cold feet." Daquanda pushes her glasses back up her nose. "I saw Michael before my wedding, and look how that turned out." Tyla wrinkles her nose as she thinks about her ex. A gaggle of kids run through, the cousins, all piling on top of each other and chasing something or another. I'm not sure. One of the kids, Tiana, trips, falls, starts wailing. It looks a little fake to me. I eye her suspiciously as Jasmine and Jake rush over, and Dakwanda and Tyla wrangle the other kids apart, scolding about tiny bespoke tuxedos and roughhousing on carpet. Tiana cries and fixes her eyes over at a corner with a well-manicured shrub in it, then back to me, very clearly saying, "This is a distraction. How dense are you?" before she falls back into very convincing wails and sniffles. I check the corner just past LaTisha's door, and in the shadows I see the points of two little witch hats just barely sticking out over the rim of the pot. A small hand sticks out, wiggling a vial of holographic glitter with big pink hearts scribbled all over it. Brandy and Shonda. What fresh hell are they going to stir up? I back away from the squalling mass of children, over to my girls. I can't say the rest of the family is convinced I'm great yet, but Brandy and Shonda, we're crap, what did they call it? Fly or dies. I thought Michelle had you on lockdown, I whisper when I'm close enough to wrap my hand around the Ophir Lerv potion. Not love, very specifically Lerv. It's written on all the corks with a skull and crossbones under it. Brandy still thinks it's gross that Shonda wants to make them. Grandma doesn't have magic, and her third eye is sealed shut. They both make little locking motions on the center of their foreheads, throwing away the keys. I love these gremlins. They're piled behind their pots in a wash of silver bridesmaid dresses, full of crinolines and lace. Silver was the closest compromise to white we could get them to agree on, and only after we let them cast whatever disguise spells they wanted to on the dresses. Those poor things have been through a lot, but as promised, the outsides still look picture perfect. I haven't looked at the insides. The girls are about as protective of those secrets as LaTisha's sisters are of her dressing room. Shonda shoves a clear gummy pear with something sticky and golden on it into my hand. Eat this. It will turn you invisible. I eye it. Remember the talk about allergen warnings? They roll their eyes as one. It doesn't have any nuts, wheat, soy, eggs, or shellfish in it. Fruit allergens? Their eyes narrow and they confer in whispers. Brandy casts a suspicious glance at me. There may be traces of fruit or clover. Ah, honey then, that'll be fun to get off. Any magic words for the spell to work? Matching wicked smiles crawl over their faces. Just say when, they say together. I look from them to LaTisha's door, to the still tangled mess of the rest of LaTisha's family down the hall. I'm very likely to get yelled at for this, by a gaggle of hellions, with mom voices just as good as Michelle's. But that's fine. The only approval I need is from these two goblins next to me, and the woman behind the door they're airing to help me get through. I pop the gummy bear, chew, swallow. Doesn't taste like poison, so that's good. I look to the girls. When? The charge out with a war cry, little nubby smoke bombs appearing from under their very full skirts, launching them at the assembled crowd. I use the multicolored cover to slip into LaTisha's room and lock the door behind me. She arches a brow at me, a vision in just. Her wedding lingerie, custom wedding dress still on the hanger in front of the window, overlooking the snow on the ground, fresh fallen and pristine. I've been given a Lerv potion, I tell her, waggling my eyebrows. She comes closer, close enough I can wrap her in my arms. She raises her other brow. This is the seaweed glitter I got them a while back. She uncurls the little tag from around the base of the bottle. Drink all contents with your Lerv and you will both be immune to cooties. She turns to me. Very important stuff. Deeply. Definitely. Although I have to say I thought cooties could only be treated with a, topical application. She assumes a very serious look. You know, I think, I read about that on BuzzFeed. That's where I read it. Thank God you remembered. I pluck the vial of glitter from her hands. Seems like we should apply it to you first. As Brandy and Shonda tell me so often, I'm already infected. Good plan, she says, hopping up onto the vanity in her beautiful corset and garters. She stopped me from getting closer with a stockinged foot on my chest. But you should take your suit off, to be safe. Of course. Definitely. We blink at each other, waiting, but neither of us can hold it. We bust out laughing, progress getting my clothes off slowing to a crawl. But we manage, and we're very thorough about applying that glitter topically, everywhere. And when she walks down the aisle to me, lights shining and catching on every speck of it, smiling and carrying my child, and ready to seal our lives together, flanked by two precious, confused-looking girls, probably wondering about how we could mess up their clear application instructions. I know that it's right, that it's love, that it's forever. The end.